Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the wonderful Val Danilist here for our third day of this week's matches. We're getting very, very close to the end. 4 teams have already qualified for playoffs, and many of them are playing for that last coveted playoff spot. But it's neither of these teams that are playing here today. No. In our first match, we have one that is definitely not going to playoffs, and the other one that is well and truly in there. DRX have had a bit of a stumble recently up against Dam1, but otherwise have looked good. They've bounced back against Afrika, very, very strong. However, Solly1 Prince, we don't really want to talk about it in a positive light because there hasn't been very much positive stuff for them. Yeah,
Sandbox, I mean, they are going to come in here. You can see that is a match between two high-octane teams. Sandbox
high-octane?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but interesting. Sandbox has to keep their playoff hope alive versus Angry DRX lost their position of first place to Dam1, and there was a lot of, I wouldn't call it infighting, but a lot of discussion and arguments between CV Max and the players about what went wrong, how can we improve. It's obvious those guys are really trying their best to be the best, and we'll see how they do line up going into playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, today is a day of top teams versus not top teams, right? There is a chance that Sandbox can make it to playoffs if they go for a dream run, but I believe if DRX beats them here, then Sandbox run out of opportunities because Afrika have just been winning that few too many games recently and are looking to hold on to that 5th spot. So, top versus bottom, definitely going to be a case, but I think looking at DRX under a microscope is mainly what we're going to be doing here today. Because you're right, I mean, CV Max and Drama are their best friends, but I don't know whether it's necessarily helping or hindering the actual team of DRX, because we know they're incredibly talented players, but if you keep, you know, stirring the pot like good old CV Max likes to do, then it can be very, very difficult. This is going to be the playoffs race here. Sandbox Dynamics at the bottom, KT and Afrika looking a little bit closer. However, Sandbox very close to KT, and we'll see what's going to happen here, as both of them have some pretty tough opposition as we move further forward. Sandbox getting a win here, though, will mean that they get to actually try and go head-to-head against Afrika. If they're able to win that, then that's a big swing heading towards playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, right, for KT and Sandbox. Team Dynamics, not really sure why they're even listed here. With 10 losses, I would imagine it's impossible, but maybe 0.001% they can get back in, so they should be listed. And Afrika, the obvious favorite, but they still do have to go through T1 and Gen G, so we'll see how that does go. As we're taking a look here, Sandbox, they've got one really nice stat. When they do get the gold lead at 15, which has only happened 3 times, they win. So there's that.
Well, DRX, they're 8-1 when it comes with gold leads at 15 minutes. This team doesn't necessarily get ahead early, even though they do a lot of stuff early. It's very, very strange. The way DRX wins is not your, your typical super fast, aggressive, snowbally team. It's the kind of team that just does a whole lot of stuff around the map as often as they can, and oftentimes it's mid to late game that they're able to win a team fight and then turn it in their favor. So, an odd team to watch, but let's see what they're going to be able to do here as we get into the opening rosters. No real surprises here, guys. Gorilla, Root, Fate, On Fleek, and Summit will be your Sandbox roster. And over the side of DRX, they haven't made a change all year. I don't think we're going to be seeing Quad in mid lane or anything like that, as Chovy's bounce back after his 0-8-0 Camille was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, Chovy could probably do that, 2 or 3 more times, and I think we'd still see him starting over Quad, although Quad, it's very interesting because, he's really good at the game. It's just maybe another Summit situation, right, where he's kind of behind Keen for a while there on Afrika, and then he's able to escape in a way and become a starter on a different team as he is on Sandbox. And it's here, everybody's going to be coming in here, the faces you all know and love, as the key player matchup is actually going to be going into the jungle here.
Yeah, On Fleek versus Pyosik. Not bad stats here on Pyosik's side, but it's the jungle proximity that I really want to draw your guys' attention to. Pyosik has not been all that proactive when it comes to helping his laners. This is, I think, a lot of the reason why DRX stats in the early game aren't necessarily fantastic, because Pyosik is very prone to, as LS would call, the World of Warcraft syndrome.
Yeah.
Where he likes to go PvE, he likes to level up, and he likes to bring his cool items into battle against his opposition. Whereas on Fleek, he likes getting amongst it as soon as he can. You can see second when it comes to jungle proximity and kill participation at first as well. I mean, both of these players, first and second, and that only proves the point further, right? On Fleek's just doing it earlier in the game.
Yeah, after that early game does end, Pyosik is always getting into the mix. You can see that the kill plus assist at 15 mark there is also very good for both of these guys, second and third, with On Fleek leading. And Pyosik, I think he's got the best celebrations in the league right now because he's the only one that does them, right? So maybe we'll see more of those today. That's always something to get excited about.
And if Sandbox wins, I'm hoping that On Fleek can try and at least answer. On Fleek has been defaulting to a lot of Lee Sin, so maybe we'll see some punches and kicks from him if the Yamato magic is going to come true. This, though, is one of the biggest tests here for Yamato Cannon. And if Sandbox are going to make it, they need to win here. I actually think that if Sandbox wins, then I think it's almost impossible for Dynamics to get into playoffs.
I would imagine so.
Because Dynamics needs a Freaker to lose everything, because the highest that Dynamics can get to is 8 wins, and that's equal with a Freaker.
Yeah.
And so I guess you're assuming that Sandbox are going to beat a Freaker, which gives them an extra 2 points. It's, you know, playoff math is a difficult thing to do. At the best of times, I struggle with simple arithmetic, and so I guess we're just not going to go into it.
Yeah, probably better that we don't just yet. Maybe we can wait until it's a little bit more obvious. Oh, man. Always fun with the playoffs. And, yeah, I mean, DRX, they're going to try to get as many wins as possible and try to claim the highest seed. Maybe hope that Damwon can take an upset loss against T1 later on.
Yep.
Maybe next week, I think. Let me take a look, actually, at exactly when that match is.
I want to talk about the patch a little bit as well, because I think that this patch is a direct buff to DRX. I've always been of the opinion that Deft is one of the best Caitlyn players in the world. He was always extraordinarily good at it back in China. And she'd since fallen out of the meta a little bit, you know? We're in Xayah Kaiserland last year. Before that, it was things like Sivir that were very, very powerful. And she was able to lane into Caitlyn quite comfortably with her Ricochet and, of course, her shield. But let's see exactly what the priority is going to be, because I just don't think that Caitlyn's going to get through. I think she's just a little bit too strong. As Set is going to be banned away first here by Sandbox. Sandbox being on the blue side also means that they'll probably snap it up. But we'll see how it's going to go. Set, gone first.
Yeah, it's either you take it away or you ban it for Sandbox. If not, I think they haven't done their research on Deft.
Yeah.
To be honest, just completely straightforward on that one. And yeah, definitely the patch changes up some of the priority. We still have a lot of the same kind of powerhouse picks here as we're trying to navigate these bans. Set still very strong for all these LCK teams. The Karma going to be taken off the board here. This is where Sandbox show us if they want to play Caitlyn or not. Looks like they do want to play Caitlyn.
Yep. And DRX probably going to have to ban it away. Interesting that the TF is still banned despite copping a bit of a nerf here on this patch. Takes him a while to get that pick card down to the correct cooldown. But giving it to DRX is tough, right? Because Chovy with added agency is just something that you don't want to have to deal with. As DRX taking a while to think about this. 3 seconds to go. And maybe they have a plan into the Caitlyn. They are going to ban the Sona. So they're expecting more of the Yamato shenanigans with the Sona Lux, and they just get rid of it.
There it is. I mean, it was the most obvious first pick. Like, if you're not going to ban it on blue side, you're going to pick it first against Deft.
I need Deft to pick Jinx into it. That's what I need.
Okay.
I need his 90% win rate Jinx.
Well,
but it's going to be the classic, the Ashe is going to be locked in.
Yeah, and you can wait on the support, or you can highlight the Bard and say, this pick is really strong. I want to have this pick early. It seems like maybe they're not going to go for that.
They're going alphabetically. You got to go alphabetically.
Cool. Yeah, B is next.
We're still on the A's at the moment. See whether we get to B as Fate thinking about Zoe. But the Bard was left up, and the Bard is where Gorilla is going to go. as Caitlyn Bard. This is, look, DRX's bottom lane is very strong. Valdez, we know that. I know how much of a fan of Kerry as you are. This is going to be a very difficult lane for DRX to navigate. But let's see where they go. It's going to be the Morgana.
Yeah.
So just trying to make sure that we can Black Shield that Tempered Fate if they try and catch Deft out of position.
Yeah. Bard was just... He is really strong, but he does have some teamfight counters. Obviously, Morgana can be quite good into that, especially when you're dealing with a relatively immobile AD carry. If it was Ezreal, I think maybe we see something different, of course. Down in the bottom side.
This is also the 19th unique pick for Carrier if
Nice.
he's going to play it. So he was already 3 ahead of Chovy this season. But I think this is, yeah, I think he's almost like got the most unique picks in the world at this stage. 19 is ludicrous. Out of the amount of games that he's played, right? Like, the only champions that he's played more than once is like Rakan, Bard, Nautilus, Braum, and Yumi. Otherwise, it's just he's got some one-offs that just go forever. As Kennen going to be taken away, that is going to mean that a Camille ban is almost necessary and is going to be the answer there, so smart stuff. Top laners, we'll see whether we look towards a few more of those.
Renekton.
Yeah, jungle's sort of another place that they could be looking at as, yeah.
I'm just thinking
R4
about
Renekton, let's go.
R4, R5, B4, B5, let's get it. You know.
Oh, look at this.
Godzilla.
DRX protecting against the B4 and B5 Renekton Nidalee.
Yeah.
Which could have come out there by Sandbox. I was watching some LEC. It was very cathartic last night.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a fan of Fnatic just because they are such a storied org. But watching Renekton go 0-7 was just a beautiful experience. As Wukong going to be taken away here by Sandbox, and now DRX. What are we going to be picking? I'd assume the jungle. As is this going to be another Malrong? Is this going to be another one of the Smidignit type choices here by Pioshik?
I think Pioshik's like, yeah, it's not fair. Malron got to play it 3 games in a row. Now I get to play it, even though he's
We're saving the Graves win rate 1 game at a time.
We're coming back. What are we at? 3-16 right now?
Yep. 2 of those wins happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good old Malron. And yeah, I think the response here from On Fleek is pretty obvious. He's not going to go for the Olaf this time around. Says, I'm probably just going to get kited down and not have much to do with anything in this game. And there's the Jace. There have been a lot of top lane champions banned away, a lot of champions that both these players like to play. And so the Jace blind, I think, is a pretty decent idea. It's going to give you some security up in the top side. And it's not like you're blind picking something like a Renekton or a Mordekaiser, or something that can get abused by a counter pick on the red side.
Looks like Aurelia is going to be the choice here for Doran. These are very aggressive compositions. We are sinning to win right now. This is like old school Sandbox that just loved the sin. There's no Renekton, but Jace is definitely a very decent substitute for that. As Chovy will be on the Azir once they've switched it all around, and squishiness is going to be the aim of the game here. And we'll see how Root's going to be building the Caitlyn. I actually really like the Infinity Edge into Stormrazor.
Yeah.
It's just a whole lot of extra damage. Build a couple of BF swords, and you're a very happy Caitlyn. We saw a few doing the old, you know, double Zeal item after IE, and I don't like it as much personally. As coaches are going to battle one another, Yamato and CVMAX walk off the stage. And here we are for game number 1. DRX versus Sandbox. This is one of the last chances that Sandbox have to save their playoff dreams. DRX, they're already in there, but they need to prove to us that the next time they face Damwon, it's not going to be another slaughtering. Because Damwon just looked too damn good. We're going to be able to have a look in on them in our second series of the night. But for now, it's all about whether DRX have sorted themselves out. I like the draft, honestly, into what Sandbox had put out. I don't think leaving Caitlyn up is ever a really good idea. However, they've got the best possible answer that they can to the Bard in the Morgana. They have a very powerful mid lane that should have priority, and they have Graves with hopefully Smidignit.
Well, we'll see what he has coming into this game. I think Pyosik is not going to let us down. Well, he did. He picked up Flash.
Oh, my goodness.
And Pyosik, definitely someone who likes to
this is obviously
reposition and get the plays going. So that does make sense for the type of player that he is.
Yeah, I think this is obviously Graves without the cigar. Because if he had the cigar, that's what he uses to ignite his foes.
Oh, really?
So Malrung definitely had the cigar yesterday. Pyosik, no cigar for him. Just going to be flashing around. You get a bit more maneuverability because you don't have to focus on the fact that you have a thing hanging out of your mouth. As Summit not going to find the Shock Blast there onto Doran, who's going to sidestep it. Some pings going out, but nothing early and aggressive so far. As Pyosik just checking things out, seeing what's going on. Shock Blast was invisible to me. Was that invisible to you too?
That happens sometimes when the terrain, into the jungles especially, but out of the river mostly, is it goes up into the land, you can see.
And right, so it just goes through the land.
Yeah, a lot of the particles get lost. Like we were seeing Jin yesterday, his Deadly Flourish would just not show.
Yep.
As it's like in the ground, and it doesn't scale up. And Shock Blast, I mean, you name it. All the projectiles kind of disappear. So Riot, if we can get on that, that would be nice.
The topography is topographic. Sorry, the spaghetti is topographically challenged. That's what we're going to say.
Okay. That's one way to put it.
Yeah, I almost nailed it. As Root and Gorilla just going to try and lane this one out and should be pretty happy. But we're putting down a bunch of soil and seeing whether DRX can get the shove. Doran gets a very nice stun and collects that CS at the same time. Love efficiency.
Yeah, the Aurelia is really interesting. How we're seeing it more often now with Closer coming in. I mean, it's not because he came in, obviously, but it's kind of funny that it does line up that way.
She was also, buffed.
Yeah.
On the Patcherino, but you're right. It's poignant. And I do like that it feels like Closer's also been patched in, as he's going to be pretty required to try and save T1. Not going to be playing here today, but I believe we'll be seeing them again soon.
Is Chovy going to take his first loss on Azir? 8-0. Pretty decent. That stun was way off by Doran, actually. And for some reason, he looks like he's the bully here in this lane, as Summit's not really able to get too much value. And now the big pushing coming in.
Yeah, gets booped back by the hammer, but you're right. It's a big minion wave. As Doran secures all of the creeps. Of course, the reason why Summit can't go aggressive is because creep damage is a thing. But he's going to be able to pick up most of them underneath this turret. Doran goes for a cheetah recall.
Ooh, what is going on?
Well, Fate's taking a lot of damage. That's what's going on here as Chovy at max health. And Fate down to 200. But we expected the Azir to have shove. Just a little bit better at killing these minions over and over again with all of his Sand Soldier friends. And he's taken the Electrocute in this lane as well. We've seen this a little bit more from Chovy especially.
Oh boy. It feels like every lane is just getting dominated by the DRX side. Mid lane, Fate's getting poked out here really effectively. On Fleek, I feel like he's scrambling a little bit to try to help out, and the answer's going to be he's going to come in here to try to push the lane with the Redemption and try to get a good back for Fate, who maybe doesn't want to use that teleport but might have to against the Azir. I feel like we have to do LS, actually.
Right. Yeah, Chovy going to be taken down to just under half. Pyosik is here in the area. We'll see whether he hops over the wall as Summit continues to lose trades against the newly buffed Aurelia on Fleek. He's going to find the Q onto Pyosik, puts down the smoke screen, may have to flash and does so, but the bubble will connect the phase rush. Makes this guy so damn fast. He is going to be able to get out of there just fine.
I think it's phase rush Nimbus Cloak too.
Yeah.
So it's like after the flash, he just runs away like he's Zoe or something. That rune is so broken. If we can,
I think it's the ultra.
Switch that up, please.
It's the ultra movement speed sorcery style, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like Set likes to take as well. That Pyosik's gone for here. So yeah, he's running pretty quick.
There's a lot of engaged champions that are big fans of that combo. And Doran, you could see in the top side with the cheetah recall, he didn't actually pull the waves into him, which is something that LS always talks about, because after you push and cheater, it's inevitably going to push into you because of the way the minions are going to interact with the turret. And looks like he's going to go for another little mini cheater as he's just going to run up to the top side. He's saving his teleport to make sure that he keeps the pressure on up in the top side. Not trying to interact with Pyosik and look for ganks, actually. He's trying to put on as much pressure as possible instead and let Pyosik just, you know, free farm the jungle and not have to worry about it.
Well, that's going to be a bubble connecting there onto Chovy, but he shifts the sands. He gets away. Everything's fine. And yeah, that wave just about to crash, but Doran's going to be able to get there and pick it up. No boots just yet, so these cheated recalls are going to get even better when the obvious Ninja Tubby comes in pretty quickly. It's what that cloth armor's looking for. Has a few battle stats, but I like the style that Doran has taken. As you can see, Summit, he's gone back as well. He's got a whole bunch of swords. Just as many swords as possible is generally the aim of the game here.
I don't know how you fit that many swords in your inventory.
And then how do you use them with a hammer that turns into a gun? I don't understand. Does he shoot swords?
It's magical.
It ammo?
It's magical.
Interesting.
It makes his bullets, it augments his bullets to make them sharp, actually. From the gun.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
I like it. Well, Defton Carrier, like, they shouldn't be winning this lane this hard, I don't think, in my personal opinion, as Chovy might need to press E to get out of the way of this one, but not going to, as OnFleek. Turn around.
Yeah. OnFleek's just being really annoying, you know? He's not getting any effective kills or summoners out of the laners, but he's just non-stop being a thorn in the side for Chovy. And honestly, I don't think that Chovy really cares, you know?
No, he seems to be doing just fine as Pyosik is going to get that magical journey out of Gorilla. OnFleek lands the Q, but doesn't want to go aggressive onto the Graves. As we are fighting over this dragon that just doesn't know who to breathe fire on at this point in time. The Ignite goes down onto Pyosik, but he's going to keep himself alive with the Smite. Also kills the Lee Sin with his collateral damage, and Swag walks his way out. Def now looking for Root here. The arrow on cooldown. And, oh dear. Binding's great from Gorilla, however. As yeah, we've got 1-for-1s. As I believe Doran tried to dive, gets the flash out of Summit, and has his teleport. So 100% a win there for the Aurelia, even though they went 1-for-1.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of to talk about in that top side, but Carry is just smurfing down here in the bottom lane. He nearly killed Gorilla. That's the Carry I like to watch, as he's on his 19th unique pick, just casually owning the lane.
Yeah, puddle danger over here. As he's got an amp tome. That's why it looked like it did so much damage. As we're going to have a look at this one once again. There's OnFleek standing in the back of the pit, wondering whether he needs to get out or whether he wants to go for the Smite fight. But Def nails the arrow. And Pyosik accidentally kills the Lee Sin, securing the Drake.
Yeah, I think he also smited early, but here's this breakdown. You can see Doran just non-stop pushing. And he's going to go for the stun into ultimate, gets the flash out, and it's just a big skirmish that Aurelia is going to win. That cannon is going to be annoying, but I believe that at the end of the day, because Summit didn't have teleport.
Shock Blast avoided, but that's a big minion wave. Now Summit trying to get past here. Gorilla's going to turn up, has to flash. That's the advantage that Doran had, and that's why he's able to go aggressive. Now, not going to be as safe.
Yeah, lots of action up there on the top side as Gorilla's trying to be, you know, Carrier / Barrel. A couple of supports that love to roam, especially Barrel, in that term, as Doran just non-stop pushing here. He's going to see with this ward that is very tricky, actually. It's right outside of the range of that control ward in the brush. As here comes DRX now looking for a fight.
Yep, Chovy going to move on over as Fate. Just trying to be bodyguard. Teleport in from the Aurelia is now Chovy going aggressive onto Fate. Doesn't find the Emperor's Divide. It's now Doran with a black shield. Going aggressive onto the Bud. Oh, the binding was beautiful. Fate finds the decent paddle star there onto Pyosik, but he should have the quick draw to get himself out of the way. Chovy going to eat that bubble. As now Pyosik going to get kicked back, and Sandbox just going to go for a disengage. Not even sure who managed to pick up Shelly there, as that's a decent stun on the Summit to stop any aggression onto Doran, and it was OnFleek that secured Shelly.
Yeah, he had to flash to get in and get out. As you can see, that was the obvious play by Sandbox. As, okay, we're just trading summoners for ults here, no big deal. Down in the bottom side as Deft is casually 30 CS ahead. You know, just another thing that we have to mention.
Feeling a little bit like obliteration here as Summit does find some accelerated shots there on Doran. A couple of plates here taken down by DRX, and they've moved to almost a 3,000 gold lead somehow at 10 minutes into the game. This lane kingdom that they have going on is just immense.
Yeah. The Vampiric Scepter is only going to delay this build even more. I mean, this Caitlyn is going to take years to come online.
Yeah.
Take a look at Deft, who's just casually going to be getting so much value on this Ashe.
He also has almost Essence Reaver completed.
Yeah.
He's going for, like, the I'm going to throw as many arrows at you as possible build.
He got another plate, too.
Oh, my God.
Guy is rich. He's more rich than rich. It's in our league.
Yeah, Rich wasn't very rich.
Yeah, quite poor, unfortunately.
Deft may have taken his title as well. As I remember, Essence Reaper, I mean, that means that you can endlessly volley in lane as well. If this laning phase is going to continue, and it gets even rougher. Oh dear. Well, goes back. We'll see whether the Essence Reaper is now going to be completed. And it is. So there we go. Deft with a lot of CDR. And no more mana issues, really.
Yeah. And Bard, I feel like, as a champion, oh, we got another trade here. Not going to go in on this one, even though he did have a lot of minions and he's up a level. No flash, didn't want to take the chance as there's more and more items coming in here for the Jace. But the Bard, I feel like, definitely feels a bit better when you're ahead and you can make aggressive plays. But even from ahead, he's going up against the Morgana, so it's not going to be the easiest Bard game here for Gorilla. You can see he was trying to get active, move around the map, try to go up to the top side for the Rift Herald play, maybe look for a gank, but in the lane, he's just not really going to have a great time, and this is why Keria and Deft are just getting so far ahead and are looking for the entire turret now.
That might actually just go down here as there's the hammerback onto Doran, getting underneath the turret here. Good empowered shock blast. So we're very close to having either a Ghost Blade or a Dust Blade completed.
No flash here.
And on fleek, yeah, Vanguard's Edge is going to land. It's a decent Q, but it's not good. Sorry, W, but it's not going to be enough. Secured by on fleek as Purshik's going to turn up. End of the line comes in, aptly named. Collateral damage goes entirely wide. Now Purshik's trying to slow Summit down, but he doesn't have a red buff, doesn't have too many options. Quick drawing after. There's the flash follow, and one more auto attack will do it. Minion wave not quite there in time to save Summit, and it will be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, Purshik at least able to trade back the kill that did go down onto Doran, so there is that. Meanwhile, we're actually going to get a lot of value here in the mid lane for the Zoe, as on fleek getting zoned out here by Keria.
Okay. That was a Soul Shackles as Black Shield comes in. That's going to eat the bubble. Fate sidestepping the Dark Binding, and Deft took down the turret. So Deft is like just gigantic at this point in time.
Yeah. He's got the same farm as Chovy, but Chovy doesn't have 5 turret plates.
Yeah, exactly. And solo first brick.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he is so strong. And this is also going to be an even bigger power spike for the Ashe when it comes to the amount of damage you can do in a short period of time. You know, if you've got the Runaan's Hurricane and the Blade of the Ruin King, then yes, you do a lot of team fight damage, you do a lot of AoE, and you do have a lot of sustain. But if you go like something like IE Essence Reaver, you just do a lot of damage real fast. Excited to see how that one's going to go. Of course, with having the Frost Shot or your Q having the auto reset as Doran's going to jump back onto Summit there, but they know that there's a few too many people. Not going to be able to find the bubble damage, but
what?
Tattlestar's big on Keria there.
That was a large Tattlestar. Had a big head, that one. Somehow was able to connect onto Keria, even though it looked like it was a big hitbox. And the Black Shield is just going to be so crazy up against this team. You're not going to be able to get kicked, knocked back. You're not going to get stunned by the Bard. Tempered Fate, obviously, we mentioned that before. Take a look at this dodge, actually. Goes around the ultimate.
맞았긴 했거든.
Doesn't take any damage
아제트
from that.
빼야 돼 우리. 나 죽었다.
I'm dead.
잠깐만 얘가 이상하긴 하긴 했거든.
Looks like
야 그냥 미드 친
played
것도
kind of
나쁘지 않아 보여.
strangely. Let's use the Rift Herald mid. So on fleek, very present, I would say. It's like as the situation changes, always reacting to it. As Summit unfortunately gets flashed on there, not able to survive for the trade back kill.
Yep, means that flash advantage exists for Doran there on the top side. See what he's going to build into here. Looks like Blade of the Ruined King first for the Aurelia, but we saw a Trinity Force-less Aurelia yesterday. We'll see whether that continues here today. Doran's looking to go down a similar route. Yoshik moving on over, wants to be able to steal this guy away, and is going to easily do so. He has Smite.
Oh.
Fate does not, as Arrow. Oh, hitbox! Ladies and gentlemen, is certainly a thing, as that is a very dead Zoe. After securing that one with volley. Now 4-2 is the kill score for DRX, close to moving towards a 5,000 gold lead, actually. Sandbox moving to the mid lane, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to lock this one down. Tempered Fate avoided by everyone. Collateral damage, actually, by Koshik. Gets a bit of damage, also moves him out of the way. And DRX, no worries there. 2.5 minutes on this Mountain Drake. That will be sole point for DRX, as they've been casually picking up as many of the dragons as they want. And outer turret top lane falls down to confirm close to that 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah. If Grill's going to be playing the Bard, he's got to be hitting these Tempered Fates onto a couple of guys that are not looking to flash. As Bard, Caitlyn is actually quite strong. You can get the really nice trap follow-up, and they had Lee Sin Jace with them as well. So you would imagine the amount of burst damage onto Deft could have been extraordinary if they could hold him in place with the traps. But, you know, with no Black Shield, with nothing used, you got to be able to hit those Tempered Fates. Otherwise, you know, maybe go for something a little bit more comfortable like the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Which we might see in game number 2. But
Or the Tahm Kench.
yeah,
That's his Drilla's way.
those are the two.
Yep.
The two that he plays very effectively nowadays here in the LCK.
It's a bit sad seeing a double range matchup involving Caitlyn lose, though. It just feels like a thing that shouldn't happen. We're going to have a look at this kill. The arrow somehow connects.
여기 잡아.
Get him.
Got him. Good.
예.
All right.
그거 여기. 야, 이씨구. 아, 죽었다.
I'm dead.
죽은 거 같아.
I think I'm dead.
근데 그냥
I assume he said hitbox.
Maybe. Meanwhile, that hitbox on the accelerated shock blast, for some reason,
I mean, at
wasn't
least
big enough to land.
At least the accelerated shock blast is like a gigantic orb. That should be landing, so if that one does connect, then we're going to be completely okay with it. The arrow, a little bit different,
But
maybe
it
it's the
missed.
skin.
That's why I was like, what?
Oh, right, yeah.
Even though
That
it was
one
like
did.
right next to Caria. Yeah. Well, they're going to try to fight here over the Mountain Drake. And yeah, you really don't want to be giving Mountain Drakes over to the side of DRX here. And they already have a bunch. But you're down 5,000 gold. It's not going to feel too good, but they do feel forced in fighting before they get too much value. And they do have a nice amount of poke. It's something that we do have to remember as in goes on Fleek.
Out he goes again, as he doesn't really want to stay. Proud recall there from Shirley, swirling around the graves. He's going to get home. Carrier, very, very low. Sandbox going to reclaim some control. They do have a lot of poke. Even Caitlyn with a lot of poke options. DRX moving in, try and find some form of engage. Doran over to the side, Pyoshik. He's going to turn up pretty soon as well.
It's crazy how Pyoshik with the empowered recall is actually using it to such a great effective advantage here. Because Sandbox took so long to come in because of this, that here comes the fight.
That collateral damage does a hell of a lot as Fate. He's going to have to go home, gets the same treatment that he gave to Carrier, to be honest. And so now Derek's going to pull out the Dragon, and it looks like Sandbox are going to give this one away. The pressure is just so damn high coming out of DRX. However, Sandbox have been able to close the gap just a little when it comes to gold. Being able to eat through a few more of these minion waves is the top wave, not one that they're able to eat through. Checking out the gold, it is Summit that's ahead of Doran by just a little bit when it comes to the Sandbox players, but otherwise it's all about DRX. This Ashe, especially.
2,000 gold ahead.
It's not
pretty massive. It's about half an item, more than half an item. And yeah, he's already on 2 items here as well, compared to the 1 and Vampiric Scepter from the Caitlyn. And this is of course, the power trough that everybody loves to talk about with the Caitlyn. She's gonna need a lot more time to pick up a couple more items before she's really oppressive And this is a moment where 2-item Ashe and the amount of pick and engage that DRX have, not to mention the insane burst damage they have. From, you know, you would imagine, obviously, Graves, Azir, Aurelia, but even Morgana is going to help with that, you know? She's going support, but, I mean, she's got some upfront decent damage with the binding, and if you catch one person, they're probably dead on the side as, wow, that was a sick steal.
His collateral damages have been pretty damn good this game. As Def's going to move up, and we're going to deny Shirley, because you can as Bard. So that binding is going to connect onto OnFleek, takes a lot of damage as Def trying to throw through these volleys. Koshik over the wall, and Shirley's still in here, getting some work done. Root and Gorilla taking some damage still, but otherwise, not the end of the world. Hawk shots fly down. DRX with all the information, but they still walk into that one. Ardent Sensor completed. I think that might have something to do with why Def has gone for this particular item build, as the Vanguard's Edge goes entirely wide. They're still able to lock down the turret just fine.
Yeah, that was confusing up against the Lee Sin, that you know he's got a safeguard up. Probably don't want to just randomly throw out your abilities and your flash to try to lock down a Lee Sin. As OnFleek just skirts away. Dorian getting a little bit excited, perhaps wants to show off the Aurelia and say, well, yeah, it's viable. Well, didn't actually help out with that play.
Not quite. Looks like Dorian might be building towards Black Cleaver on the Aurelia. Interesting, especially with how good Trinity Force is. I'd have to have a chat to LS about this one. Wanting to buff Koshik and Def damage, I guess. You certainly can get a decent amount of stacks pretty early if you land Vanguard's Edge and your stun on a couple of people. But Arrow's going to connect. Root once again going to trade his cleanse for it. We're going to be moving on back. Def and Carry have just absolutely dominated this game so far.
Yeah, there's really no contest. I mean, they're one of the best bottom lanes right now in the LCK, if not the best. I mean, they're definitely up there. And going up against Root and Gorilla, unfortunately, who are a little bit unmatched. And I love how Deft is just constantly throwing out his...
Oh, dear.
That's a little bit of a sweet for Rooney.
Yeah, Chovy's not had his best day so far.
Still going to get a 9th win, though, most likely.
Yeah.
On his Azir.
I think that's the 3rd one that he's missed when it comes to the scoops. Summit didn't even have to flash.
I want to point out something. If you look at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow cooldown, it's about to come off cooldown. And then you take a look at the cleanse on Root.
Yeah,
like,
right.
It's about maybe 1/3. We're getting close to that, whereas the Arrow is now off cooldown. So, especially as the game comes along and people start to pick up stuff like cleanses and Mikhails and all this stuff that makes it very annoying for Ashe, you want to just be throwing it out as much as possible, looking to take trades.
And that's why Essence Reaver's so good, right?
Yeah, another good reason. Makes that Ashe just very present and annoying for the enemy team in the game, as Sandbox might just make their final stand at this Mountain Drake.
Well, there's the Tempered Fate. Chovy avoids it, and then shifts some sands to get out of the way. A magical journey, though, here for Sandbox.
Okay, well.
As Chovy just walks casually out of the way. That's how you deal with it. Hawk shot to spot exactly where they're going, and oh no. In goes Carrier, looks for the ulti. Doesn't really connect too much, though, as Dorian gets into the backline. Koshik gonna clean up the Bard so quickly, and unfortunately, Sandbox couldn't find their way out. The Dark Binding barely avoided by Summit, who is going to take a volley to the face, but otherwise will escape, but not with enough, as DRX should be able to get Mountain Soul off the back of this one.
You'd see Summit and OnFleek, they're waiting. Maybe someone's going to face check. Perhaps. They have a lot of burst damage themselves, but DRX are going to play it safe. And standard OnFleek may look for a steal here, although Doran is on vision. Notices that. He's going to go away now. As there you go, Mountain Soul will be given over to DRX. And, I mean, Sandbox is pretty unfortunate. I mean, they're not, you know, they're trying to make these final stands, but 2 times in a row now, it's like the first time they just got immediately poked out. And then the second time, Root is just alone in mid lane. Like, you can't be alone there. I understand you're trying to push back the wave, but with the amount of pick, like, you can't stand here. Yeah, I don't, like, there's nothing else to say. You can't be there. The rest of your team is in the enemy jungle, right? Like, that's not you know, that's just a big mistake from Root, unfortunately. I think even with Root, they probably still would have lost the fight, unfortunately, as DRX are massively ahead, as is highlighted by this fight.
It's also exactly what this DRX squad was trying to do, right? That's why, like, Def just throws an arrow at Root's face, gets the cleanse, and says, well, give me a few seconds, we'll come back, we'll do that again.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have cleanse. Like
Still not on cooldown.
Yeah.
Still on cooldown right now.
It's coming up very, very shortly, but Deft will also have another arrow for him that I assure you will be thrown in his direction. Mikhail's is now completed by Gorilla, but that means that, you know, this Bard isn't going to be able to do too much else other than cleanse the rest of his teammates, and he will probably just die basically instantly. Fate with his Banshee is going to come in there looking to try and kill Carrier, but he had a stopwatch already complete, and now Pyosik is looking for the Zoe. Kick back there to buy some space against Chovy, but Pyosik's going to get exhausted. The rest of Sandbox once again getting surrounded by DRX. Shock Blast does a bit to the Graves, but not enough grit. He's feeling pretty good.
225 armor when he's got it stacked. He's feeling great.
God. Another arrow going to connect, and there's the Mikhail's on cooldown. Let's see whether Deft is going to have 2 arrows now that can get rid of that one as Pyosik moves on over. And on Fleek, no, you don't have a jungle. That belongs to this Graves, whose win rate is skyrocketing exponentially. Wow. Potentially. I mean, it's DRX haven't won just yet. You don't want to count your chickens.
Well, after this win, it's going to be 4-16 on the win rate for Graves. So we're at 20% after this one, if of course they can pick up the win. So yeah, we're climbing.
We are getting there. You know, it's a long way back. We've only got, you know, a couple of weeks to go. But we'll see whether Graves can do it alongside some of our players here. Infinity Edge done for Deft. He is extraordinarily strong.
Yeah.
His crit rate through the roof. He's built only damage. He's got an Ardent Sensor there from Carrier to help him out. And you give Deft a Black Shield, and he'll just destroy all of Sandbox. It's just how it's going to go.
Yeah, it's very true. And at this point, if you're a Sandbox fan and you're wondering, well, is there any chance? Zoe, from pretty far behind, also building defensively with her items, is not really going to find... I mean, she has no penetration either, up against Mountain Drakes and Mountain Soul. Okay, she's not doing anything. Jace and Lee Sin, they're mid-game power spikes. They're kind of, you know, they're not doing much either. They're going to rely on Root, who, again, he's not having the greatest game, but they can't really rely on one player when they're going up against so much scaling on the side of DRX, like literally everybody.
Oh no, he walked back into it. The cleanse is pretty late, as Gorilla didn't have his Mikhail's back off cooldown yet. And now DRX, they're looking to continue sieging forward. No CC cleanse at all, as Tempered Fate going to be flashed by Deft. On Fleet gets the kickback though, and that's a very dead Ash. Beautifully set up there from Sandbox. Carrier denies the Jace engage with a Dark Binding. But this is going to buy Sandbox some much-needed time.
Yeah, the 80 carries today, somehow they're finding their way into some very precarious situations, even Deft. And you can see DRX, they were just very split off, and Sandbox with a great call there, just coming together and saying, hey, we can probably pick off this guy. Even though it can feel like all doom and gloom for them with how behind they are. It's definitely a nice pick for them to
cheeky ward.
Grab that one. But yeah, they're still going up against a massive amount of scaling, and it is going to be difficult. So let's see if they can get, you know, 5 or 6 more picks like that and maybe roll it into something.
5 or 6. Well, we'll see. Certainly going to be a tough one, as Deft was very close to not having to flash that, which would have saved him. But he decided to better be safe than sorry.
여기 각인 것 같은데 지금.
Let's have a look
야,
at
각 보자, 각 보자, 각 보자.
Let's go, let's go.
더 되냐, 더 되냐? 안 되면 그냥 사이드 관리하는 게 맞는데 우리 이거 가지고 딱히 더 할 거 없어 보여.
He's like, can we do anything off of this? Doesn't look like we can do much. Let's just let's fix the side lanes, push out the side lanes, and go from there. So on Fleek, trying to lead his team.
I like it. You know, it's what they need to do. Try and get lanes in order, try and get as much money as they can. On Fleek, not going to find the Q there onto Chovy. We're still waiting to wake up just a little bit. As Pyosik moves on in, 30 seconds on the Elder Drake. And okay, going to be discovered for the minute. And there's the flash kick. Pyosik trying to quick draw his way out. He's very fast. Oh my god, and the damage that he does as well is ludicrous. Chovy goes in. Emperor's Divide again going to be a little bit worrisome as he goes golden and will be wiped out. Pyosik is still trying to deal with the enemy jungler and will take him down. So a 1-for-1 in the end. Carrier in trouble though off to the side. Black Shield is going to be put together. There's the flash over the wall by Fate. He picks up another one, but this is a fight on multiple fronts, and DRX are certainly winning the one over here. The volley comes in, slows down somebody's trying to run away with his phase rush, and I believe he'll be able to. Oh my god, just being ran around. DRX.
You see how fast he was with the gate and phase rush and Nimbus Cloak? Oh man. And Youmu's, it's like, oh, it's sanity how fast that Jace can get. Oh man.
Pretty silly.
Yeah. Well,
I think that DRX should be able to do this based on the players that they have left. It was a 2-for-2 in the end. But as far as killing an Elder Drake, this is certainly going to be in DRX's favor, and they do take it down. Summit going to avoid the slow as collateral damage is going to buy some space there for Pyosik. Still have some large health bars on Sandbox's side, but it looks like they're just not willing to get in. Slightly embarrassing, but that's fine. He calculated it and then walked past.
Yeah.
Said, you take the damage and go back, you know.
This is a really fed Graves at this point. Imagine getting clawed out into 5 members. Well, it's mostly 4, as Caitlyn wasn't there. Maybe if Caitlyn was available to put down a trap and, you know, actually do some damage, it could have worked out. Chovy gets caught here, looks a little bit silly, and goes down, and it immediately turns into a 4v4. And these fights don't have to be this way. If DRX were fighting straight up, it would be a lot cleaner. But because it's like all over the place, they eventually are able to group up and fight 3v3, which is where DRX will be, of course, very strong. Fate busy killing Carrier, who does a good job, as that's a very fast car that Jace is driving.
나 맞아줄게.
Oh. Oh.
That's all he's saying.
Perfect response. That's exactly what we wanted. As DRX are now going to start off the Baron.
Yeah, it's
and,
theirs.
that's going to be taken. That's going to get them over the 10,000 gold lead mark. There's a cool hat onto Chovy. We'll see whether that came with the ability to land a few more ultimates or not. Storm Razor finally completed by Root. Does have the 3 items that make Caitlyn very strong. Unfortunately, Ashe has 4, and she's just a bit more useful in this game. Also, as somehow that Dark Binding landed, no idea how. Chovy gets over the wall. Summit does still a fair bit of damage. But it's about trying to deal with death, to be perfectly honest with you. And it's getting tough. Sudden Disc available. High value there on the input. Accelerated Shock Blast. As wow. How did that happen?
Yeah, ace in the hole. Nobody wanted to block for him. Death is like, I'm the VIP of this team. Like, I'm not gonna block for it.
There were like 3 members with full health.
Yeah.
As Pyosik is going to do that in an AoE by the looks of things. Carrier is going to go golden with the help of the Tempered Fate. And he's not too worried about it whatsoever. There's a lot of traps here. But DRX looks like they don't care because they're just trying to protect this one siege minion. And now they'll move in, take down this inhibitor turret. The rest of Sandbox need to be really careful as they're trying to defend this top one. Inhibitor taken. And now, not too many options for Sandbox. Didn't want to engage. And the rest of DRX was so free to rotate over. And bottom lane, I mean, that's shoving in as well as the arrow just comes out casually. As
like trolling.
I don't know, sometimes you got to do a fadeaway ultimate to say, I got my eye on you.
Yeah.
Eye on you, buddy. All right.
He certainly does. I feel like he's just kind of throwing them out on cooldown. Or off cooldown. I mean, it has such a low cooldown, that ability. It's like insane. As our observer is highlighting.
35 seconds.
Yeah, I guess total it's about 60 seconds. As the halfway part there is exactly 30.
Yep, QSS done now for Death, so no more kick flashes to worry about. Just QSS flash out of the way. And we got a Shirelia's done for Carrier. He's just going to make everyone run real fast. As if they weren't running fast enough, with the phase rush being completed by Pyosik. Already seeing how quickly he goes.
Yeah. The Shirelli is an interesting item. We're seeing a lot more of it nowadays, and generally it's like built on both supports, but I feel like it has a lot of value here when you're ahead and you're trying to force fights and get everybody, you know, moving forward when you don't actually have that much hard engage.
The jungler chasing up the top laner here, happy to go 1 versus 2 by the looks. As Sandbox are just running away from one dude in a trench coat.
Scary guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Mafia Greaves.
I may do the same as Arrow is going to be following Chovy, but it's not going to connect. Chovy was looking for a bit of a scoop, but they're just so far ahead. Yoshik trying to get forward. Remember, no one's really tanky on the side of DRX as Vanguard's Edge comes in. Tempered Fate avoided by everyone. Deft having that black shield makes him very powerful. Fate trying to poke them back, but you can see 2 inhibitors now taken down. Chovy hunting for another ulti. Doesn't pull the trigger. Doesn't really have to.
Yeah.
As Fate gets chunked for so much of his health bar just from one auto attack from Deft's rapid fire cannon. And now DRX continue to push forward. Sandbox do get to go back to the fountain, get their health back. And that's going to force DRX out. The sustain advantage going to be enough to deter them. There's actually a fair bit of vision here on this bottom side for Sandbox as DRX just haven't really been bothered clearing it out. As there's another kick flash and Koshik just off in the wrong direction. Arrow is going to pierce the heavens, but Summit gets the Mikhails from Gorilla. Will be able to take down the Graves. It's a fair bit of overextension coming out of DRX in this game, but sometimes you just got to have some fun.
Yeah, and On Fleek is there every single time. I mean, they got to be careful about just giving free kills over to the side of Sandbox. Now, they're really far behind, but they still have a Caitlyn that is going to be a monster in the late game, and we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen before. Like, you just shouldn't be here, you know? Like, what's the point? You don't know where the enemy team is. They could all be there.
I mean, I think he did know that the enemy team was there because they had to walk past all of the minions.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Oh, man.
And now all of a sudden, Sandbox, after picking off the jungler who's still dead for 12 seconds, they're going to try to rush down the Elder. This is why you try to not make mistakes like this.
There's a whole bunch of traps here lining the area as DRX, they're still going to have to try and contest this if they can. Doran going to mitigate a bit of damage, and with the 4 members of DRX that are here, they're going to eat the Tempered Fate for the minute. Yep, that is going to be the Elder Drake secured by Sandbox. And a successful disengage as well. Actually was thinking that Sandbox might want to fight there with their newly acquired buff, but they decide to play it safe by the water and go and defend their base. Because with 2 waves of super minions, these Nexus turrets are going to not last very long.
Yeah, and it just buys more and more time for the side of Sandbox, right? It wasn't looking very good, but you get a kill, you get an Elder Drink, and most importantly, you deny it away from DRX, who could have pushed with Elder and Baron eventually and probably into the game, but you take one of those objectives away, you come back, you buy yourself a good 3-4 minutes, and who knows what's going to happen. As you see Root able to pick up the Bloodthirster now on 4 completed big items, and he's going to start hitting like a truck, so you got to be careful. A cute hat here completed for the Zoe.
Yeah, she's a void staff away from doing relevant damage this game. Also, I think as soon as there's a mortal reminder, Root needs to be 100% respected in this game. He's going to be doing so much work. And even then, I mean, there's not that much armor. It's just Doran, really, that's going to be in his face, so he does need to try and find something to do against him. Because now it's the wraparound, but Deft is here.
They have Bard.
Yeah, Sandbox is looking for it, but Deft is holding onto his arrow. Doran eats the Tempered Fate, and there we go. Gorilla taking a lot of damage here from Deft, who is ganking on the Ashe. Immediately, Mikhails comes out, and Summit is just going to be dead. The Hunter became the hunted in Sandbox at that particular moment. Chovy grabs the kill. The arrow, once again, majestically sails westward and is just going to be encircling Runeterra from now until infinity.
Yeah, another arrow lost here.
Into the ether, indeed.
Yeah, that's a teleport. They want to go for the Baron here. Should be DRX's. I think it probably would have been DRX's even so. You know, maybe Sandbox could have tried to put up a fight here, but their base could have been in shambles if they let that go. So, either way, I mean, yeah, it's a good pick onto Summit for sure, and a good play by DRX, but now the GA is down on the side of Doran, as Chovy just casually going to take a turret. Nobody was there to defend, so
yep.
Thank you very much, he says.
Split pushing Azir, one of the highest Baron damage champions in the game, decides that he doesn't want to be there. As, yeah, Deft lying in wait. And this was all planned. I love it out of DRX.
He's really fast, too. Deft, not a very talkative player.
No.
In general, so he says, yeah, let's try to set it up, and everything else is just, you know, they understand what they have to do from there.
Exactly. He said, we should do this, and then they did it. No more to say. Certainly feels like a CBMAX team type idea. As Griffin used to be that hive mind. DRX, not the same thing. As we've got 6 items for Chovy, he goes back and just builds an item, because of course not going to have too many more opportunities to do that. He's going to get sleepy. But not too much more is going to happen as DRX are just moving down this mid lane to try and eradicate the map of as many inhibitors as possible. And okay, Chovy going to eat that one. Move back onto Pyoshik is golden again. Goes Chovy. I was like, wow, that Tempered Fate lasted a long time, but Zonyas is going to come in as well. Vanguard's Edge connects onto so many. The Zoe just eradicated, and Doran into the backline, resetting all over the place, and instantly, that's an ace, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, Doran puts an end to that one. They were a little bit too far away from the turret, and down it goes. GG.
That felt a little bit like, oh, like, are you guys okay with me winning the game now? And Doran got the okay, and then it was done. Yeah. I felt like this really started in the laning phase well and truly on the bottom side of the map for DRX though. Like, you looked at the compositions, you thought that they're, you know, it's Sinner versus Sinner, right? You'd expect that it would be a little bit more even in the early game, but Caitlyn gets put in the dumpster that bad in the early game.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's difficult to go up against Deft and Keria, as we saw. And coming into the room here, you can see that CBMAX, he's not angry, but he doesn't look super happy. Everybody's kind of pensive after that win, and it's something that you mentioned in the beginning of the broadcast. We always have to try to judge the really top teams up against some of the weaker teams by how well they win.
Yeah.
Like, taking the 2-0 is almost guaranteed when we come into these days. It looks real bad when you even drop a set, okay? But it takes 41 minutes to end this game. They were so far ahead even at 25, 30 minutes. And they just took their sweet time. Pyoshik got caught a couple of times. It wasn't the cleanest win, to be honest, although, you know, for the first 30 minutes it was domination. It could have been cleaner. They could have done better. And we should expect a little bit more from DRX. Again, it was a stomp, don't get me wrong. But, you know, if Daman was in this situation, how quickly would they have won the game?
We'd
Probably
be already
26 minutes,
yeah,
right?
we'd be already in game 2 at this point in time is basically how that one goes. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't clean. They lost an Elder Drake when they had an 11,000 gold lead. That's pretty unacceptable, and we'll see whether DRX are going to be able to tidy up their play as we move into a game number 2, or whether Sandbox can fight back and keep their playoff dreams alive. We'll see you after the break.
앵그리 프리카 간다.
나 안 웃는다.
안 웃는다.
성준이 형은 웃음 못 참을 것 같은데.
나는 웃을 건데.
웃고 있네?
아이고 웃었네. 너 징계.
얘들아 화이팅 빨리 끝내자.
파이팅.
2대3으로 우리가 이길 것 같은데.
이길 수 있어. 바텀 사올게.
올라프
이길 수
갔다.
있어.
괜찮니?
마무리 돼?
나이스. 올라프 봐보자. 올라프 봐봐. 쪼여봐. 쪼여봐.
나한테 이 걸어. 동현 나한테 이 걸어봐.
여기까지 보자. 내가 탱해줄게. 탱해줄게. 더 해봐. 형 어때? 플래시 창 괜찮았어?
아주 좋아 달달해.
잘했어.
나 아지를 죽이면 안 돼?
죽여. 아무도 없어.
아직 2초 공 빠졌고.
이대로
전력 먹자,
전력
전력
먹게
먹자,
나는.
야 우리가 세단 시간? 가자. 야 전령 깔아줄래?
전령 깔자 전령 깔자.
3초 2초. 야 17, 야 16분인데?
16분 못해.
뭐야?
빨리 끝내 빨리 끝내.
야 속도에
칼퇴
아프리카.
더 빨리. 나이스 칼 때.
아, 얘들아 말하지 마. 말하지 마.
야 넥서스.
얘들아 웃지 마. 웃지 마. 뭐 하는 거야
오케이,
지금?
오케이.
넥서스나 때려.
오케이.
전령 댄스 봤는데?
스크림에서 하던 대로 해 편하게. 위축돼서 하지 말고.
나 긴장돼.
긴장은 좋은 거야.
그냥 박을게요.
대가리 막아.
이주연 인성 문제 있어. 주연이 목소리 크게 말하고.
네. 여기 조이가 봐줄래 잠깐만? 네. 조이가 하긴 해줘. 네.
주연이 밀 수 있으면 밀고 아랫무빙 하던가 해줘라.
네. 여기 봐줘, 여기 봐줘 천천히. 네.
나 살아나면 텔대. 캐넨 노플. 올러프.
여기까지 보자.
얼마인데? 야 가자. 우리 하나. 주연아.
자 미드 갈게, 미드 갈게.
나이스.
들어가자.
나이스.
이거 헤드셋 벗지 말고
아 주연 헤드셋 벗으면 안 돼.
네 안 벗게.
넥서스 무너질 때까지. 내가 이미 한번 경고 받아놔가지고.
아 벗으면 안 되구나.
벗어도 될 듯.
귀여워. 처음처럼만 해. 잘하더라 처음에.
네.
알았지?
네.
마음을 비우자.
마음을 비울게요.
마음을 비우면 행복해진대. 알아?
알아.
그래. 형도 명상 좀 해 그럼.
오케이 이거.
야 싸움 이긴 듯. 가자.
야 이거 펜타인데? 펜타. 아 노잼. 류현아.
네?
류현아.
네. W로 먹었어요. 먹을 생각 없었는데.
류현아 괜찮아. 나는 그런 거 신경 안 써, 류현아.
근데 아까 멘탈 공격 받았어요. 몰라. 딱 오른쪽 봤는데 갑자기 베릴이 갑자기 이렇게 했어요 저한테. 잘하네 베릴.
긴장돼 혹시?
장비 빼줄 수 있어요?
자 건보 교체할게요.
진짜 이기고 싶다.
침착하게 하면 그냥 이겨.
그래 침착 들고.
오케이 침착 다 들어. 싸우자. 잡은 거 같아.
나이스. 가볼게.
궁 퍼줘.
써줘.
풀 있어. 잡았다.
야 쇼메이커 뭐야?
야, 나 지렸는데 갈려. 뭐야, 나.
야 바로.
거기까지.
잡은 거 같은데?
얘 프리스터. 거기까지.
아 죽었다. 아 미안하다.
뭐야, 너 임마. 일로 와. 야! 드디어 잡았다. 칼퇴 너무 좋아.
주은호 오늘의 승리픽?
아, 조윤우 갈리오 첫판? 아, 들어가자. 세레모니 한번 하자. 세레모니. 야, 간다. 가자. 응, 안 가?
오케이 열심히 가고.
아, 이건 안 죽네.
LOL의 미래를 이끌어갈 더 넥스트를 찾아라. 대한민국 리그 오브 레전드 씬을 이끌어갈 미래는 누가 될 것인지 지금부터 만나보시죠. 화려한 플레이, 환상의 팀워크, 반짝이는 스타성을 갖춘 보석 같은 주인공들을 찾아낼 수 있을까요?
기회라는 게 잘 안 주어지잖아요. 근데 좀 어쨌든 자기를 뽐낼 수 있는 기회다 보니까 어쨌거나 경기력을 보여주는 거기 때문에 정말 멋있는 모습을 많이 보여줬으면 좋겠어요.
짱으로 승부하나요?
이런 거 인지도로 밀어붙이겠다 뭐 이런.
누가 더 잘하는 것 같으신지.
포지션 라인은요 정글입니다. 이 순간 가장 궁금한 점이 하나 있습니다. 나와 함께할 우리 팀원들은 과연 어떤 티어를 갖고 있을까?
내가 챌린저인데 우리 원딜 다이 하면 짜증나거든.
자신의 티어를 공개해 주세요.
뭐야?
이렇게 될 수가 있나요?
최악이었던 것 같습니다. 진짜 끔찍했어요.
앞쪽에서 사고 났어요.
아니 이런 게임 역전하라고 하는 게 노양심이긴 해요.
Welcome back everybody to the week number 8 here in the August 8th in Korea, and today's analysis will be joined by Subin Yoon, B3 and Pon. And this is season with the translation, and this was the game 1 after Sandbox Gaming versus DRX. And now I think we are seeing more and more different picks coming out on the bottom lane. So Caitlyn was looking for some of the engaged partners on the side of Sandbox Gaming. However, DRX managed to neutralize his presence. And Doran went for a very aggressive champion here, Aurelia. And Doran really did manage to pull up a really good show up against Jace overall. So Ashe and Caitlyn were both one of the top tier ADCs here in the LCK meta, and DRX managed to show a better macro with their lane phase. And let's take a look how DRX managed to accelerate their gap between Ashe and Caitlyn. So we finally saw something that we all have been waiting for, the lane freeze and lane manipulation. Caitlyn had cleanse instead of TP, however Ashe had TP, so Caitlyn had to base at that timing. However, Gorilla was trying to stop DRX bottom duos from going for a lane wave freeze. However, he got killed, so he had to back together with Caitlyn. So Daft was really meticulous with taking down these minions and controlling this minion wave. So he was able to stack up and accelerate his XP differential between Caitlyn. So Caitlyn also went for the Vampire Spectre because of the very hard lane power coming out from Ashe and Morgana, so his item build was not going as well as he planned. So at the end of this laning phase, there was a very huge gap between Caitlyn and Ashe in terms of XP. So the level 6 timing between Ashe and Caitlyn was so different. Speaking of the level 6 timing, let's take a look at this Dragon fight where the Ashe's ultimate came in clutch for this fight. So Ashe was the only one dinging level 6 on the bottom lane. So before this ultimate, actually, Pyosik was also able to use his W onto Lee Sin, so he did not have any vision for this upcoming Ashe ultimate. So they picked up the dragon and also picked up a kill onto Lee Sin. DRX winning this game was not all about their lane phase, lane priority, more about their smart and intelligent setup starting from the laning phase. Now it's time to take a look at the player of the game on the side of DRX. This is Theft on Ash picking up the POG for the 5th time of the split. He got cut out in the middle of the game on the mid lane, so Pawn was a little bit not sure whether he should vote for Theft or not, but still he voted for Theft in the end. Well, to be honest, DRX was not that clean to close out this game. However, Theft was the main character that kept setting up plays to make DRX have the momentum to close out the game. This game came down to the performance of the AD carries, and Caitlyn was the one being in the rough spot, and Ash was the main character and the proactive role that kept and led all the DRX players behind them. Ash picked up 7 votes out of 12. And also with Theft's smart item build, he was not letting Caitlyn to close up the damage differential between Caitlyn and Ash. So that was DRX versus Sandbox Gaming game number 1. Now let's move on to game number 2 and check out whether Sandbox can keep their playoffs hopes alive.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for your analyst desk translation. Absolutely fantastic to have that breakdown of the freeze there as Death sort of stacks up
Finally.
the wave and denies Caitlyn absolutely everything. Certainly led to a lot here as Deft. He doesn't look like a man that just won a POG. He looks like a man that wants to get Game 2 over and done with so he can get home and continue slaughtering solo queue. Because, they have that homework that's back up again. You know, Max does like to do this. And since he gave them that homework, certainly things have gotten better. Is Root having something?
He had some kind of blue, blue drink.
Blue drink?
Yeah, it's weird because with blue and purple, it's kind of hard. Well, with purple you can kind of say grape, right? But with blue, it's like there's blueberry, but a lot of the times it's like the artificial blue flavor that
I know.
That's
Blue
different.
Heaven milkshake. Yeah. Like, what is that flavor?
It's different from blueberry taste, so it's just blue taste. That's the only way I know how to describe it. So I hope that's what his drink tastes like because it looked great.
I only really know blue Powerade, and I just couldn't tell you what that tastes like. It just tastes like blue Powerade. As DRX now, they're going to be on the blue side, certainly a more winning side just in general here in the LCK. That is no exception here for DRX, who have won, 5 extra games when it comes to blue side. Going to be banning away the Kalista first, as Nidalee going to be taken away from Kyoshik. And I just want to see Sandbox leave the Caitlyn open because I want to watch Deft play it. It's a selfish thing, but it's just what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Sandbox, you just got to ban it away. There's so much value for the Caitlyn in the series for DRX, right? Root showed that, Kate was not great. It wasn't so much about the champion, though. It was more about his positioning in that game and going up against one of the best bottom lanes in the world currently. As DRX, they're not going to ban Caitlyn. They're just going to wait. Let's see what they do ban here, though.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. Few choices. Volibear's still up, but Sona is going to be taken away. And unfortunately, I think we can see a likely Volibear priority when it comes to the first pick if Sandbox don't ban it away here. I think they'd have to, though. As DRX really don't want to deal with the Sona Lux. They're just not into it. They want to just go standard laning, and the Karma is going to be taken away. So maybe trading Volibear for Caitlyn.
Yeah, I guess that's the idea. Take another strong pick away, but if they left the Karma and they went for a throwaway ban, they could have baited out the Volibear first pick and then taken Karma something else.
Karma
Caitlyn, obviously, yeah. That would be available here, so they're gonna go Caitlyn, you would imagine. But
they might pick Caitlyn Morgana. They could do that to, stop DRX from just picking, Ash Morgana on this second round of picks, which I assume they're probably going to, because if it ain't broke, generally don't fix it.
The Azir priority here is very strange to me. Chovy didn't really do anything in game 1. He missed every single Emperor's Divide.
He did.
He did not engage a single fight. You don't have to take Azir away from him. I don't care that he's 9-0. Doesn't look like he's on his Azir game today. And Fate has only played 2 games of Azir. He's not an Azir player himself. So why are you prioritizing it so much when there are so many other great picks still available. You got Bard that's still available if you want to go for that bottom lane again. If you don't want to, you want to put Gorilla on something else, you can go for a multitude of other picks that could have been better than the Azir in that situation, as I think we're just going to see the mirrored bot lane here from DRX.
Flex pick, remember, as this is Chovy. Does like the Morgana in the mid lane, also does lane relatively well into the Azir. He tries to, you know, shift some sand around you. You just press an E button on yourself and walk away casually. As Soraka, that would be the ultra we want to actually win this lane combo. As Onfleet thinking about putting on his Graves shoes. The powerhouse that is Graves, priority picked. It's going to be into the Volibear, most likely this game. But this Graves priority skyrocketing like this is amusing.
It is amusing. I think that's a good way to put it. And we're seeing it a lot against other junglers that...
I mean, Malrong won a game on it, like won a match on it for the first time in 2 years, I think, yesterday.
That's true.
So,
or Malrong.
That's got to mean that it's broken, right?
Yeah, perhaps. But I'm trying to figure out like why exactly it's coming back into the LCK meta. We have so many Olafs that are coming out here, Volibears that are coming out here. I think those are the top two that we see nowadays, alongside of Trundle, who Graves has always been pretty good into, and I guess Lee Sin would be another one. And so players are just saying, okay, well, let's try to bring it back here. Seems to be okay into the Volibear, especially as that is the highest priority jungle right now. And so it's slowly making its way back into the meta to go up against some of those other farming jungles.
Camille available at this point in time. Could be something that Summit looks at if he doesn't just want to R4 Renekton, which is, look, it's on the table. Whether or not it's actually going to be a thing, we'll have to find out. 6 seconds to go. It could just be a support, unless they're trying to hide it. But they don't really need to, as that's going to be a Lulu. So a little bit more lane control on the bottom side. Assuming top Lulu is dead. That's an Orianna being considered by Deft.
Yeah.
For Chovy.
The Thomas pick would have just been like conceding lane, kind of, because we would have had a lot of hard times against Ashe and Morgana, of course, but the Lulu having a little bit more lane presence, as well as also being a great support for your 3 big carries that you already have on your side. So we're going to see Sylas coming out here from Chovy, you would imagine.
Yep. Could, of course, be Doran, but Kennon's available, so he's going to pick that one away, and I love that. You know, you pick Kennon and pick his counter. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Lock them both away. Does give them a lot of magic damage, as Ashe is going to be all they really have in the physical department, but Def probably pretty happy with that. It's going to have a lot of squishy targets to shoot down as Summit. Thinking about an old enemy here in Illusion. But we saw these triple AD comps yesterday actually working. You know, KT was making it look like a real thing. Smeb picking up an MVP or a POG on the Lucian top lane. Almost managed to do it in both of KT's victories. So look, maybe we're making a resurgence, and Summit is definitely good at this champion. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to survive with a big enough lead as they enter the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, those games yesterday, I don't think we would, you know, it's definitely a point that stands, but just because the caliber of the League of Legends that was being played yesterday was kind of on the lower side. I'm not sure why Sandbox would want to take a look at those games and say, hey, that seems like a good idea, but obviously it's a very mobile kind of composition.
Wild Rip?
Yes. Yep. Very mobile.
Very
Take
mobile.
it on the road with you. I think, again, that Ninja Tabi are going to be amazing against their comp. But over here on the side of DRX, definitely a very well-balanced comp. It's another one of these kind of pile-in compositions, similar to what they had before, where it's like the Volibear jumps in, you've got a million different ways to engage, Kennen flashes in, the Sylas is hopping into your back line. Whereas on the side of Sandbox, a lot of mobility, and definitely a nice amount of scaling and huge amounts of damage in this kind of composition. But again, can be countered by a high amount of armor.
I do like the Graves for the pseudo tank with a wild growth in the front line, building up all of that grit. I do like it. But whether it's actually going to work is another question, because DRX, they have a real tank. He's a big bear. And they also have, you know, Chovy's going to be providing a lot of disruption. Definitely a far more balanced sort of team fighting composition out from DRX. Sandbox have a lot of all-in, we need to just go and kill as many people as possible as fast as we can. As Lulu is not Bard in this instance. And I actually felt like KT relied on Bard a lot to make their composition work out. As it just takes a long time to give Deft the last hit on that particular ward. Chovy, you sneaky devil. Here on the bottom side, has teleport as Carrier looking for a Dark Binding. Doesn't find it onto the Sandbox bottom lane. It looks like Sal's just going to be walking back to the mid lane, so not successful when it comes to looking for any cheese. As Peacemaker connects onto Deft. Let's see how this bottom lane does go.
Well, the Lulu is not going to be, I don't think, as good as the Bard in the lane. The Bard, you start W, you get a lot of healing that can deal with the poke. You set them down so they can fully flourish into the improved amount of healing that you can get from that. Obviously, the Lulu is going to have some nice CC, more reliable CC, you know, point and click, compared to the Bard, who does require a little bit of setup if you are looking for plays like that. So, but at the same time, the Black Shield is still going to be quite good into this lane, as both of the supports pick Scorch, not looking to scale up in this game.
It's about Biffo in the early game, and that certainly helped DRX win last time around. So I don't mind it, even if Scorch is just generally worse, no matter what happens. The amount of damage that it does get is not quite enough. As level 2 gained by Sandbox. That minion, yeah, it's going to be blocked by his friend. It's absolutely not what you want. There's an Ashe trying to farm with Volley. Denied all of those creeps. There's an absolute tilter there for Deft. As Root doesn't want to be standing on these puddles.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see how this lane has changed a little bit. Being pushed in the early stages is the Ashe Morgana combo. They're going to, you know, they're a little bit behind right now on CS, but they're going to be able to clear up a lot of these minions that are left over and catch up. So not too big of a deal.
Yep, Cheetah Recall comes through for Root. I believe all the information was there for DRX as Chovy getting taken down to 200. A lot of poke from this Azir.
Wow, nobody on the side of Sandbox has won with any of these champions.
Well,
not a single win.
Better late than never,
this?
Valdez.
What is going on?
Not a lot of winning, that's what's going on.
At least Gorilla hasn't lost.
Hey, that's true. I don't know what Gorilla's stats are on the Lulu. It was, of course, playing during the Lulu Ardent Sensor meta.
We had 2 games in a row with cheater recalls.
Yeah, right?
I hope LS is co-streaming right now so he can, you know, feel happy about this, because we had it in the top lane with the Aurelia in game 1.
Whoa, that's a big flash out from Doran, who gets it onto Summon as well, but that's the flash follow. Pyoshik grabs that first blood from out of nowhere. Carrier flashing as well as On Fleek flashes down towards the bottom side. He's going to sacrifice himself, though, as Deft collects that kill, and Root taking so much of that charged up tower's damage. And Deft, remember, has teleport, so even if he does go back, he will be able to collect this minion wave, but it looks like he's just happy to stay here. Definitely an advantage here for DRX.
Yeah, I think it should be fine. Both of these bottom laners are relatively weak. They're going to go for it, though.
All right, Deft's going to flash. There's the flash forward from Gorilla. Peacemaker not going to connect, as Gorilla can't get there for the last auto. Hawkshot going to land. The turret plates, at least, go over to Gorilla, who somehow kills Deft. Not sure what happened there. That was very interesting. Maybe Pix went rogue and just murdered him, as Root's going to get shuriken to the face. And DRX once again are going to come out ahead.
Yeah, so a little bit of a mistake there by Deft to get caught out by the Lulu. Maybe hasn't had too much experience playing against it recently, as Deft is alone up here on the top lane. On Flake, though, they don't have a lot of tankiness up here either. So not going to go for a dive this time around. As very interesting that he actually TP'd up to the top lane here. As we're going to take another look at this play. With the Shuriken, you can Lightning Rush and then get your Q for the 3 hits of the Lightning for the stun. And then, of course, Volibear, who is a bit slower than the Graves on the farming, is going to be looking for some ganks. As this was a nice setup, but watch how Keria saves his Q until he's about to die.
Yeah. As this was the dive we were expecting, as Deft is dead.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure they were going to go for that one, but especially because OnFleek and Summit both don't have flash, but they were somehow able to make it work. I guess the Ashe weak enough early game for them to just burst her down.
Also level advantage, you know, things like that. Summit didn't even have to use his ulti. But I mean, this is Deft trying to get back to base as efficiently as possible. We're gonna have a look at this replay once again. As Deft somehow able to survive. But what happened? What happens? How did he die? Oh, just the tip. Beautiful.
Nicely done, Gorilla.
Love your work. There was no reason for Deft to be there, though. 100% greed. Still, the trade did work out in their favor until Deft falls down top lane, at which point Sandbox find themselves a little bit better off than they would have otherwise been. And as you can see, CS now well and truly in favor of Root. Let's see whether that helps Sandbox.
So, still no flash here up in the top side, and Kennen is level 6, so see, he is looking, well, this is not how you take the trade, Doran. I don't know what that was.
Baiting.
Yeah, well, Pyosik is level 5, so they're going to try to go ahead and 3-man it. Let Pyosik do the tanking. Actually, Chobi's going to tank.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide goes wide entirely, but it doesn't seem to matter as Doran's going to get targeted down. Fate with the teleport. Gets himself in there. Seems like no matter which champion Chovy is, the Emperor's Divides are still a little bit difficult today. As Fate going to clear out this minion wave. There are so many lane swaps in this game as people are taken down and other people are needed in order to clear out minion waves. As in the meantime, OnFleek's going to be able to take that Ocean Drake as the first dragon of the game. Second will be Mountain, and we have Cloud or Infernal as far as our souls are concerned. As this game goes on, Valdez, I mean, who is going to be favored as we move further into this game? Because Sandbox are getting themselves into some better positions. They do have a very sinful composition, but we saw on KT's side that the amount of damage definitely does help you as the game goes on. Who's going to win? If we're even at like 30 minutes, who wins?
It's kind of hard to say because based on draft, I'd probably give it to the side of Sandbox, but, you know, it is DRX. So, nice little dive there that we did see earlier on. The minion wave gets cleared very effectively by Summit, and he drags them as far under the turret as possible. As he's calling for the kill onto the Kennen, which does eventually happen as 3-on-3 here.
OnFleek lying in wait for the counter gank as now Deft is going to turn tail and run. Pyosik with a decent stun, great Dark Binding. Will connect. Pyosik ults his way out of there. Deft at level 6, doesn't have the arrow anymore, of course, as Fate. It's now his turn, but Chovy's here as well. Emperor's Divide pushes the bear back in. OnFleek will be taken down. As Ace in the Hole comes in, Kerry's going to block it there for Deft, and it's a 1-for-1. In the end, both junglers to be taken down. Chovy turns up, but a little bit late to this party. As Wild Growth connects, and all right, there's the Abduct. Gets the knock up as well as Fate. Going to get completely obliterated, but is going to flash his way to safety. Doran with his Slicing Maelstrom. Summit has been lit on fire. The culling comes in. Oh, the last tick of the Ignite, not enough, but the flash. And the auto gives it to the Kennen, and that's a solo kill for Doran on the top side of the map.
Yeah, just straight up, and that's the power of the Unsealed Spellbook, of course, switching over to the Ignite right before he goes for the fight as, let's see, looks like OnFleek just going to come up here. He's 3 levels down. He's just going to take the CS, so not going to take the fight, but all of a sudden, Kennen 3-1 in this game. Yeah, even though he looked a little bit silly going down after the dive, still having a fun time. As we're going to take a look at the bottom lane here once again. It looks like they don't have any idea that OnFleek is here.
That cleanse was stunning out of Root.
Yeah, it was perfect. And even so, you could see that I don't know. I think that DRX might have just been able to turn it around anyway, but still taking the safe route. Fate comes down. He's also hiding in the same brush as gets smoked down by the Volibear, as that does a surprising amount of damage, even to the Graves. As here's this fight up here. You can see Dorian is even hesitating a little bit. He's like, oh, I don't know. But with the dash down and a very squishy Lucian at this point in time, he does have the damage to just go over, use both summoners, and take him down.
Yeah, I liked getting 2 stacks on the Mark of the Storm to make sure that Slicing Maelstrom got as many ticks of damage as possible before Summit could get out of the way. As I've seen this movie before. This time Carrier is going to be there to defend. No Slicing Maelstrom available, but that is just a very dead Graves.
God.
Oh dear, that's a whoopsie.
Did they not see the Morgana? I mean, even then, it's like he's just kind of walking by the cannon. That's just giving him so much free damage.
Well, Kyoshik's got a black shield, and that means that he's not going to be CC'd by that Emperor's Divide. Fate's going to fall down. Carrier flashes. He's having a real good day. Your boy on the bottom side of the map, Valdez, certainly looking good as the culling not going to be stopped. The Wild Growth just waited for Gorilla toying with DRX right here. The ulti comes out. It's an angry bear. And Gorilla will be punished for his insubordination. And another Dark Binding comes in. Just write it down. I think Carrier's getting the pog this time as the Chain Lash connects onto Summit. He was already slowed and he will be taken out. And DRX find another one of their miraculous mid-games. And they look, all of a sudden, very, very good.
Yeah, and you can see that the way their comp has been drafted, it really is that pile-on comp. You get one pick, you jump on in, you get another, you get another. So many bindings and arrows and chains that come in from Chovy. Obviously, Volibear that's running straight forward. You get one, and it's so hard to stop the snowball in the fight for Sandbox after they just try to save one person. As here we go.
Yeah, Doran just trying to stand his ground here and decides that he's going to kill Summit. Going to do it. Solo kill 1v2, by the way, as the second one comes in. The bear collects that. As Deft, he was just getting turret plates. That's the most important thing.
What is this? TP behind the fight.
Don't worry, Doran, you got this 1v2. I'm just going to take these plates of yours that you set up for me.
We're having more
teleport
fighting.
Bottom lane, exactly. Doran doesn't have his ulti, but he's got a hell of a lot of damage as he's ignited, turned into a squirrel, and now just stacked up with all of this damage. Chovy and Carrier will turn up as Emperor's Divide collected there by Chovy, not actually having to use it just yet, as the Mountain Drake available, but not considered for the minute. That's Deft. Yeah, he's not going to take these last couple of plates. Otherwise, he's a happy boy.
And this is just blown wide open. And this is what can happen when you have a relatively squishy lineup as well. When you are going up against a better team that has one of these kind of roll you over compositions, is that Doran all of a sudden out of nowhere is just incredibly fed. He's now got his proto build. He didn't even have it before. Lucian he's down 2 levels. He's down 2 levels. Graves is down 3. Okay? They can't do enough damage against this guy that has the arm guard already stacked up and some extra health on top of it. It's like he's way too tanky at level 10.
Oh, there's the bind. Chovy does have an Emperor's Divide. He's going to nail that one. That's all too easy. And Carrier gets a well-deserved kill. It's Morgana and Cannon Man. Both Doran and Carrier having just an extraordinary game.
Yeah, I'm actually having some trouble thinking about, I kind of want to give it to Carrier, but at the same time, I'm like, man, Koshik and Doran actually had some good games as well.
I mean, Doran got back-to-back solo kills, one of them in a 1v2, so maybe he just gets it automatically, and now he's looking for another one. That's 3 solo kills in the one game.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's like he's just rolling over. And also, it was kind of just Sandbox running into him, right? But it was still a great play, right? To say, oh, I'm strong enough, and to realize that, hey, I can take this fight. So he definitely does deserve some recognition, which is part of the problem I'm having here, Atlas.
I know, it's a conundrum. But I don't think you're wrong in either decision, Valdez. I think it's absolutely fine. And we'll just have to see how the rest of the game goes. Keep tallying it in your mind as the super plays continue. This being one of them. Carrier, I mean, it's a pretty cookie-cutter play, but still looks pretty sweet.
Yeah, and again, 2 levels down. Summit's like, yeah, I should be okay. But the second the Q lands, he's like, no, you're dead.
Yeah.
Gets the stun. There's the second Q.
I love how Doran's been utilizing his Slicing Maelstroms. Always. 2 Marks of the Storm Presser. Every time. Just does way more damage. Oh, the interruption was beautiful. Chovy's going to land the abduct. Has he switched on? I think he may have. It might be a little bit late to have any relevance in the series, but it's still good to see the super plays out of Chovy. And DRX continue to eradicate the jungle of anything that belongs to Sandbox. And they're 6,000 gold plus in the lead. Mountain Drake's still available, but forgotten, as DRX just want to be able to take down turrets and open this map wide open.
Yeah, this one has, it's turned from a snowball into an avalanche at this point. I have no idea what Gorilla.
Goodbye, Gorilla!
I have no idea.
Sometimes you think you're safe underneath the turret, but there's a volley there. And he's going to ohm wreck this turret. Fate teleports towards it. I don't know whether he necessarily wants to, as Chovy shoots him with his Super Soaker. Now Deft finally gives this dragon some attention. He was sleeping for quite some time. Kyoshi going to turn up there as well. Brings the storm.
Yep. This one is, looks like it's kind of in the bag here, Atlas. As here we go again.
Yep, there's another pick underneath this turret. Oh my god, the 1-2 punch is just revolting. Cannon's, by the way, killed the Graves again. What? Doran is like an entire team by himself right now as Gorilla. He's going to turn up. Is it going to be enough to kill the cannon? Oh, that was tickling his backside a little bit on his way out there, but Doran even had a barrier at the ready. He wasn't dying. 7-1-4 now.
Yeah. I don't know. I almost want to take. I almost want to give it to him just because he's just killing them over and over again as well.
We haven't really seen like that many absolute alpha top lane performances from Doran as well, and this is definitely a big one.
Take a look at this. Chovy waits, and Fate actually fails it. So the stun doesn't come in from Chovy until after. Yeah, it was Fate missing.
Or was Chovy, did he manage to put his body in front or something like that? I don't know. That looked really strange.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a whoopsie there.
Damn it. It seemed like a Chovy super play, but actually it was
yeah, I mean, he still did the Silas thing where you chain over the wall.
Yeah, right. That was cool.
Azir is so sad against Silas, actually. We saw this yesterday. Cal.
I know.
Was the saddest Azir of all time.
He was. There's been some sad Azirs over the last couple of days, actually.
Yeah. Azir is very interesting. I feel like a lot of people are realizing that actually we can shut it down, which, of course, is not very good news for BDD, who is a big Azir player plus a Zoe player.
I think it depends on the Azir and what you use him for as well, because one thing that Azir will always do is provide lane control in the early game, right? You can always shove minion waves into your opponent, and so if you have early game junglers and things like that, it's sort of Azir is more of a function rather than a solution. Is what?
What?
Death? Hello? Yeah, that's a thumbs up.
Yeah,
absolutely. Pyoshik's like, yeah, nailed it. Beautiful stuff. Is the yellow bear this time around. That binding's going to connect. As Chovy's got another Empress Divide. We'll see how it uses it this time, as Shirley's going to cram her head into the top inhibitor turret and does a lot of damage to that also. I mean, Baron hasn't even spawned yet, and I was about to bring it up. I'm like, DRX can go and do Baron whenever they want. Well, no, they can't. They need to wait another minute and a half before that's an option, as Gorilla is so squishy, and I think, oh no! Carrier doesn't find the puddle until a little bit too late as Pyoshik dives on in and takes down the Lulu. On Fleek tries to keep himself alive as Pyoshik turns off the turret. He's not dying to it today as Summit's dead. And Doran is looking for Root, and yeah, he's real dead.
20-minute game?
Yeah, I mean, why is Doran, he's so tanky as well. He's level 14. Oh my god. As they're just tanking this turret, they don't care at all. Chovy's going to take down the top inhibitor one. And yeah, I mean, this is something that should be happening at 35 minutes, not 19.
Well then, yeah.
Break it down for me, Valdez.
There is some high-level analysis to be had as Keria just makes Gorilla's life a living nightmare as those 1-2 bindings. Here's the third one.
Oh no.
Forced to use Wild Growth on himself. He was dead anyway. As the flash comes in and they just pile on once again. And you can see Summit here. He's like, well, I'm not just going to run away. There's, you know, we're just going to lose if I run away. Maybe I can pull off some kind of crazy super play. Doran able to clean up there towards the end. And
turret shot did like 0.5% of his health bar as Kennen.
He's a big boy.
He is a real big boy. He's got a couple of health items and an armor item as on fleek. Oh, that was a nice stutter step. Avoiding the Dark Binding there from Keria.
Yeah.
Now the Baron spawned. His on fleek is probably dead. No, Binding is going to miss. And DRX not going to go overly aggressive. Summit, he has different things on his mind though, as Keria going to get swept aside and destroyed. Yoshik's not going to be able to avenge his support at this point in time. Chovy, I believe, on vision. His on fleek is going to be there to meet him. Collateral damage picked up by Chovy. Chain Lash not going to connect, but that one will. It's a whole lot of damage. Wild Growth onto Root not going to be nearly enough, as the Slicing Maelstrom is utterly terrifying out of this uber-fed Kennen. And I mean, with another couple of kills, I think this is just the game. As yep, Summit is super dead.
They're just farming them at this point. I mean,
yeah.
Nice little thumbs up again. Doran just saying hello. Yeah, 1-8 and 1-7 are top in jungle. But yeah, I mean, it's only really Fate that did much in this game, unfortunately. Everybody else kind of just got dumpstered.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're just going to take the whole map, see how far they can farm their KDAs in this one would be the goal, I would imagine, for DRX.
Yep, so far you've got Doran looking pretty good, sitting at 10-1-5 on the Kennen. But it's only 15 out of 26 of the kills for DRX as far as kill participation. As we have a look at the replay, Keria died. Congratulations to Sandbox. And the Silas comes on in. And yeah, this is where, like, 4 level advantage and, of course, collateral damage from a Silas is going to do so much work. Oh, man. You got the Lightning Bear, the Lightning Rat. What? Summit's really.
He could have just hit the blast cone. Or he was like torn in between, do I dash the wall or do I blast cone? And then he ended up doing neither. So
how relevant is it? I guess
yeah, not much. Not much in this game. This is just pain and suffering for Sandbox. Not much they can do. I mean, they're down 13,000 golds plus
at 22.5 minutes.
Yeah, this does look a little bit like a solo queue result.
Keria just really wants to blast cone his way over. He's going to, as he follows his Dark Binding. And bouncy castle. Yoshik nails it that time. Able to save Keria there for the minute. As over the wall goes Chovy. He's got his own Wild Growth. He's going to use it on himself, but does have to flash as the Lucian's dead again. Doran is once more diving turrets against 2 people as Kennen. As, yeah, the Valdanalist is going to allocate that player of the game over to the solo-killing Kennen machine.
He just did too much in this game.
Yeah.
Too much action on the top side as he over and over killed people, so it's hard not to give it to him.
Yep, even the greatest Keria fan in the universe unable to justify it this time around, and I think I would certainly agree.
Yeah,
it's great to see Doran performing, though. He was the biggest question mark for DRX, I think, as they've been moving through the Summer Split. So having him perform certainly ups their chances a little bit. Some lower health bars here on DRX, but they have heavy wallets. We'll see whether this flanking teleport's going to work out. Scryer's Bloom gives Summit's position away, and it's a flanking Lucian. You know, it's not exact. You know, he doesn't really do anything when he does flank.
3 levels behind Chovy, 4 levels behind Doran.
Yeah,
you're not gonna do anything on flanking Lucian.
So here's the 1v2 solo kill. Doran starts off with missing the Q, almost kills them both at the same time, and I believe still had stopwatch.
Didn't get both.
No, he didn't. Didn't have stopwatch. We're gonna take it back. The fact that he almost killed both of them, yeah, it just makes it even more impressive. 2 minutes to go now on the next Infernal Drake, but it's not exactly relevant information. Chovy teleports towards the top side. They're looking for this last remaining inhibitor. Baron's still got another 3 seconds. So now it's going to wear off, so maybe a little bit of respite given. Over to Sandbox, but Root does like no damage. The arrow is going to connect, but Root's going to cleanse it immediately. On fleek should be dead, but no. Going to get out of the way as Doran with a black shield is a very, very scary Pikachu. Okay, now DRX.
Here we go.
The minion wave. This is going to be the last inhibitor. And is there another fight in Sandbox? They have everyone alive. They have no cleanse on their Caitlyn, but they do have flash.
It's going to be another fight, but it won't be consensual.
Yeah.
That's the, you know, they're going to try, I suppose.
No, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, in this case, they have no choice but to try to defend,
finding.
but it's not going to go well.
They're just going to clear out all of the minions as they head towards these Nexus turrets. Pyosik, he's getting much better at that, isn't he? That's 2 he's blocked in a row. Very, very nicely done.
They're actually backing away.
I'm not sure that the Volibear skin. It's like either like overweight Blanca from Street Fighter,
Yeah.
or it's a Rajang, which is from Monster Hunter.
Okay.
You haven't played that one. You didn't play with Wolf and I when we were playing. But looks like one of those. As Fate's going to Empress Divide Doran to try and get him out of the way. Maybe he bit off more than he can chew, as he runs pretty quick. And he is going to escape. God, he's fast.
Fate's angry.
Yeah. I believe that was, Nimbus Cloak after the flash. Just, he was boosted. Fate is angry, but he's so angry he used all his mana on being angry.
Picked up a hat.
Yeah, that matches Doran's cool hat. But like 1, 9, and 2 for the top lane Lucian. It's funny, right? Because actually, that's how Lucian has to be. He's either 9, 1, and 2, or he's 1, 9, and 2.
Yeah, pretty much.
That Corgi was adorable.
Not a big fan of the of the top Lucian.
Well, Root is real dead as there's the slicing Maelstrom. The Bear took the first kill, so it can't be a Penta for Doran, but he deserves one. He's had a hell of a game. Fate sitting on his fountain wondering what the heck he's supposed to do at this point in time. He tried as hard as he could, but it didn't work out. He'll kill the Morgana, as depth is also very, very low, but I have a feeling that this game is well and truly over. Doran even escapes. That's going to guarantee player of the game as the Nexus falls down at 2-0 for DRX up against Sandbox, and a much better performance in Game 2.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely a little bit more of what we were expecting of DRX up against Sandbox, as they are able to come in here and shut them down quickly in a 2-0. CV Max looking much happier after this game, as it was not very close. And yeah, really not much else to say about this one. Will we get the celebration out of Pyosik is the only question I have.
Oh, that's true. I actually have a feeling that Doran should probably be the one celebrating, as Yamato just trying to console his players here, as you can see on Fleek. Not looking too down in the dumps. I think they knew that up against DRX it was definitely going to be an uphill battle. And I think, you know, Sandbox, after the absolutely horrible start to the season that they have come back stronger, and I don't think anyone was really expecting them to make it into the playoffs. But let's see whether they can tidy up their play and end on a good note when it comes to this particular season, because I have a feeling that now it's going to be nigh on impossible for them to get into playoffs. As, yeah, we're asking Pyosik. We're seeing whether he's got another one.
What's it going to be? What was that?
That was his collateral damage. He was using his keyboard as a Tommy gun.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very cool. All right, I think
Nice.
that's my favorite so far.
So we have Trundle. I think we have Volibear.
We have Trundle, Lee Sin,
Lucian.
Graves now, definitely. Oh, was he doing? Oh, right,
Didn't he do
yeah.
Lucian the one time with the...
What, the
was
visor?
That Lucian? Yeah.
No. Who was that? Who's the? No, that's another Lee Sin move, because he goes blind by putting...
No, but he was like shooting a gun while doing it. The first one he did, where he put down the headset and it was like the...
But what? Yeah, no, but he put down the headset to be Lee Sin.
No, he did that again for Lee Sin.
Oh, right. But why would he do Lucian? Because he doesn't play Lucian.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm a little bit confused.
I think we're all confused.
Maybe it was Lee Sin, but he had a gun.
Ah, that would be a pretty OP Lee Sin. Maybe that's one that LS would be okay with.
Maybe in League of Legends too.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe
the evolved version.
The first new champion on Wild Rift that we were talking about earlier on. This game was not very close.
No.
Neither was the first one, but it was at least longer. This was DRX tidying up their play. It was once again Graves suffering extraordinarily, and this was the biggest cannon that we've ever seen in our lives. And Doran's always been good at the cannon, but damn, this was a schooling. As Gorilla Give it the slow-mo there.
Should have given him the Pog vote. I regret it. Give it over to Deft.
Oh, really? for getting hit by that?
For his map presence. For being everywhere at all times. Doran just, it's like he couldn't help but get kills. And we actually skipped over a lot of his kills in the replays here, which is kind of interesting. Didn't get the 1v2 solo.
I hope the carrier at least gets a vote or two. Because he played really well. And I can't believe he hasn't played Morgana until now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Today's first day on the pick.
Played it twice, so unfortunately he didn't hit the 20 unique champions today.
Those 2 ticks of Doran's ultimate to get like 70% of Root's health buff. Oh man.
Chovy, interestingly enough, didn't have the most pop-off day. Like, he started popping off once he got a little bit fed. Like,
yeah, it was when this game was over.
Yeah, halfway through the game where it's like, oh, okay, right? Watch Summit, he's like, oh, do I take the blast cone or do I dash? The bear got on top of him, so he wanted to dash, but then he failed the dash, so. Looked a little bit sad from him, as Doran didn't pick up both kills, but he still was able to pick up one, at least, underneath the turret, 1v2.
Yeah, it certainly keeps that player of the game up for grabs, right? Because this game wasn't all about the cannon damage, was it? Good lord. Doran was the biggest he has ever been here in the LCK. Doing the most damage as well, and you can see that bulbous gold graph. Showing that DRX certainly were playing with their food for a little bit towards the end there with their, 14,000 gold lead that they did have. But still, 27 minutes is it's no long game, and we are still going to have a pretty decent break.
Oh yeah, I mean,
today?
Probably going to be about an hour after we do get to the interview, of course.
Morgana out-damaged Graves as well.
By a lot, actually, by like over 2,000 damage, which is a lot for a support.
Yeah, it's the Scorch.
Must be
it. Yeah, that extra 20 damage really does start to stack up. It doesn't, guys. Don't take that Keystone. If your game's going to go over 30 minutes, then it's just not never.
If you're going to take it on a ranged support champion.
Yeah, that's true. A ranged support champion that relies on winning in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you're good. Because if you haven't won by then, it's doomed anyway. So
yeah,
that's fine. So a bit of a PSA. That was definitely fast. We'll see whether Damwon are going to be able to show us some quicker games, as this is the most obvious player of the game that we've seen. 820 damage per minute on Kennen, a Kennen that wasn't really team fighting. Like he was he was team fighting, but he was the team, like by himself.
5 solo kills in the game.
5 solo kills.
He may have up to solo kill ranking here.
I'd say
a little bit.
Thank you, Valdanalist.
Yeah.
For the statistics.
Now we get to see all the highlights here. This is a good one because a lesser Kennen might have said, well, maybe I should continue running. My Lightning Rush might come off cooldown soon, but he turned it around.
It's like we were watching Detective Pikachu, and henchmen kept coming after him with guns.
Yeah.
And Pikachu would just electrocute him. Oh, he did fail to dash. Yeah, it's the first time that I saw that. I wasn't really paying too much attention. To be perfectly honest, it was 7 out of 12 and 5 votes went to support. The perfect distribution. I love it. Absolutely fantastic.
So the Valdana Swinger.
Yeah, Valdal Swinger.
Valdana Swinger.
You might have been the swinger in one way or another. It depends on where, the decider votes went, because otherwise it would have been that 6 out of 6. But we
would have been 6 and 6 if I voted for Carrier.
Yeah, exactly. So we would have been waiting to see where the observer votes were and all that sort of weird shenanigans that comes in, because for some reason we decided to do an even distribution. But let's go over to the interview. So here's Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the Universe Translation, and let's hear from Deft Doran on the side of DRX, taking down Sandbox 2-0. Congratulations on the win. Deft, how do you feel right now? Well, today's series, we had to play in a new patch for the first time. So we wanted to kind of figure out whether our tier list and some of the drafts were correct. And I'm happy that we were able to get a good result. I'm really proud of our process. What about you, Doran?
이겨서 기분이 좋아요.
I'm happy that we won.
네, 2세트 솔로킬 5번 하셨어요.
We got 5 solo kills in game number 2. We were literally dominating in that game. So you guys picked up the 13th victory of the split, coming back on top of the LCK. And today you guys were letting the Caitlyn through the pick and ban and keep picking Ash Morgana comp into Caitlyn. Yeah, I think that is the new matchup coming in this patch. So we were trying to figure out, and we also thought of playing Caitlyn on my side as well, but the opponents were keeping taking it away from me, so I was just sticking to Ash. In addition to that, Bard is one of the S tier champion currently, but you guys were sticking to Morgana. As for Morgana, well, this champion has a very strong CC, so it kind of gives me more space to my rune choice, and also Carrier is also really good at landing its Q skill. Doran, what was the reason for your Irelia pick?
요즘 이렐리아가 좀
In this meta?
각이 나오면 좀
Well,
템포가 좋아진
the
것
champion got
같아서
buffed a little bit, so
제이스 카운터로
I think we
알고
can
있어서 배웠습니다.
play it as a counter for Jace. Do you kind of feel that this got buffed a lot? I don't really think so. I can't
잘
really
모르겠어요.
tell,
체감은 잘 모르겠어요.
to be honest. I guess, well, DRX was still on the process to getting their tier list done. Now let's take a look at the highlight where Ash level 6 timing came in clutch. When you guys were trying that dragon, Ash was ahead of XP and item compared to Caitlyn. Was that all set up based on your rune choice? And the lane manipulation. Some of the cute moments from the formal teammates Pawn and Theft. But for the Dragon fight, I mean, we did plan for some setups, but not in that much of a detail. But we knew that we were having a bigger power spike at that point. But Sandbox decided to take that fight, so we were able to get the better result in the end. How do you feel seeing Pawn here at the analyst desk? Looks nice. Well, speaking of Morgana, well, with the comp you guys take in the bottom lane, well, the opponents were forced to take cleanse. In terms of the spell choice, well, Caitlyn, if the player is confident, well, he can also answer with TP, and they can just wait till the support get the Mikhail done and dodge all the skills. But today he chose to go for cleanse, so I was able to outlevel him. Well, thanks to that, DRX was able to accelerate the lead in a very early phase. However, the game got extended a little bit. What was the reason? What went wrong for DRX to close out the game? We could take the Herald, but due to our mistakes, I especially underperformed, so we couldn't take that Herald. And yeah, I mean, CVMAX went really hard about that mistake after the game. We have another question. So, Carrier's duo proximity stats have changed compared to the spring split. So did Carrier kind of change his playstyle, like staying in lane a little bit more with you? He was on 8th in the spring split, now he's on 2nd. The biggest reason is that we went for picks that doesn't really have a priority during the laning phase, so he had to just roam around when we were having some downtime. I guess that includes some of the picks that DRX used, something like Zaya and Rakan. Now let's move on to game 2. Doran and Pyosik, you guys are hard carrying this game. How was your matchup up against Summit on the top lane today?
표식 선수가
Well, today Pyosik
볼리베어를
on Volibear, he did really well.
탑게임 와가지고
He ganked top and he helped me out a lot, so I was able to get boosted a little bit. And Pyosik said the Doran Pyosik compensation is real. Like one player plays well, and then the partner plays really bad. And Pyosik admitted that it's true. What do you think, Doran?
오늘 같은 날에는
For today,
인정하는
I kind of admit it.
그러면 그 오늘 뭐 서밋 선수 상대한다는 이야기.
You are playing up against Summit today, and I want to ask you about Doran, your
분들이 관심을 가지면서 이런저런 또 평가도 프로 선수다 보니까 자연스럽게 하고 있는데.
aspects here as a pro player.
잘하고 강한 날에는
Some fans are saying that whenever you're going up against a very strong opponent, you become even stronger. But whenever you're playing up against some of the weaker player, your performance kind of goes down.
프레임이라 생각하는데
I think people are just framing it.
열심히 좀다 강자라고 생각하고
I always think that the opponents are strong. That's the mindset that I bring for games, but sometimes I just have some bad days. So what was your plan in going up against Lucian, because you got a lot of solo kills in that game?
루시안이 캐넨 카운터로
Lucian is known to be the counter pick for Kennen, but as Kennen gets priority and control over the lane, actually Kennen can be the one getting the solo kill. So if you manage to find the breakthrough during the laning phase, actually Kennen can also have a decent game. So you had the most solo kill for a game today. 5 solo kills in this game, so congratulations. And Pon has another question over to Deft. So you played Ash for 2 games in a row and played the Ruin King. Luna's Hurricane are the typical build for Ash, but you went for the Essence Reaver and a very different itemization. When Ash was in the meta, I believe Essence Reaver was really good. And I think, yeah, that's better for Ash. I mean, as soon as Steph gives some guideline for the item build for AD carry champions, that's gonna be the rule for the solo queue. So that's gonna be a great tip for the solo queue players. And the first place competition is still going on, so you have to keep winning all the remaining series, and your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. Recently, Hana Life, they have been stepping up, so we won't let our guards down. And well, I mean, I know that we cannot decide the destiny of the first place by ourselves, but we will keep trying our best. And Doran, once again, congratulations on getting the most solo kills in a game. So, any message for your fans?
너구리 선수가
Nuguri
지금 다음 경기에 담원이라서
will be playing in the next game.
이번 두 번째 경기 봤을 것 같아요.
I guess he was watching this game at the green room, so I hope he thinks that I'm a good player.
다음 경기가 담원인 거예요.
Because I was looking at the schedule and saw Damwon was playing next match, so I was like, oh, Nuguri might be watching this. So yeah, I was kind of caring so much about it, the fact that Nuguri is watching me playing. So yeah, maybe if we get a chance, we will ask Nuguri about his impression of Doran's performance in this game. So this will be the end of the interview with Def. Doran from DRX taking down Sandbox Gaming 2-0. So with this victory, DRX picked up the 13th victory of the split.
Hi. Welcome back. We were a little bit muted.
What?
There are the standings. That was slightly uncomfortable. But we apparently just...
Thanks, G-Sun.
Yeah. Thanks so much, G-Sun. Actually, that was some fantastic translation. It was great to hear a little bit more animation out of Doran. His fandom for Noguri was interesting. But we'll see whether Noguri is going to come in and let us know.
T1. They clinched playoffs after this game, which is quite interesting.
No, I think they were clinched already. Yeah.
Were they?
Coming into today, they were still confirmed into playoffs. It's only 5th spot that was available. But still, they have still clinched it.
Okay.
They have still clinched them. I don't know what that means for the bottom of the standings. Was focused on the top, so we'll have to go back and check things out, do some math. But our next match is going to be one that's probably not going to change the standings too much. First place, Damwon Gaming up against Solo One Prince, who are certainly occupying the dregs of the LCK at the moment. We'll just have to see whether or not Damwon can show us something more exciting. Maybe they'll have a for fun series. We'll see you in about an hour, guys, for match number 2.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Summer. I'm Atlas, joined by my good friend, the Valdanalist, as we are here for potentially the shortest series of all time. It is going to be Damwon against Solo One Prince. We do not beat around the bush when it comes to this particular broadcast. Solo One Prince are last, Damwon are first. Do the math. We don't want to, we're not good at it.
Well, if we had to do, maybe not math, but I don't know what you would call it. Like
an assessment?
Yeah, an assessment of the different tiers and levels. Yeah. Right now, there's 3 teams at the top, of which Damwon seems to be even
the toppest
of the top by a decent margin after crushing DRX and defeating Genji.
Yes.
Then you've got T1, and then there's like a Freak
and Co.
And then and then there's like KT, Sandbox, Dynamics. And then there's Hamalife and Solo One Prince, who might even be another step below. So there's many, as you guys can tell, many different levels, and Damwon are certainly looking like the most in form going into Worlds. Now we still got a couple of months.
Yeah,
right?
I mean we don't want to jump the gun too quick, because of course Damwon were defeated. I think they came in 4th in playoffs in spring. Correct me if I'm wrong there, unless it was 5th. Trying to remember. No, it was 4th. It was 4th. And that means that they don't have that many circuit points. T1, very likely to qualify based on circuit points, depending on how well they can do in the playoffs. But I think if they get as high as 3rd, it's pretty likely that T1 are going to be the team that will secure that spot, unless Genji makes a very good run, doesn't win the final, and then they get through on circuit points instead. Circuit points are a very confusing thing, but we'll make sure that we keep you up to date when things get a little bit more tight here towards the upcoming weeks of the LCK. 13 series losing streak. Let's not talk about Solo One Prince. I'm going to skip that one. 6 series winning streak. Can Damwon keep their winning streak rolling against Solo One Prince, Dynamics, T1, and KT? Their run towards the playoffs is certainly not looking too bad for Damwon, apart from T1.
Only T1 will be a small roadblock, and on paper right now, they look like it should be an easy win, but we're seeing T1 kind of changing in the meanwhile. I think their drafts are slowly getting a bit better. I think with Closer in the lineup, they're having a lot of success, but they still are going to have a rough time against Damwon. That is no secret. As we're coming in here, you guys can see, it says Damwon is 2nd. I don't think that's correct. I believe they are 1st.
What do you mean? Where does it say 2nd?
Right here on the left.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they aren't. No, they are 2nd as of right now because DRX just won.
Oh,
so
because they have 13 wins.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. All right. Well,
I mean, technically it's correct, okay? We don't want to mislead the collective.
Okay.
Not that we can mislead the collective because they are all-knowing and understand everything.
Great. Well, take a look at this team difference at 25 and 15, by the way.
Yeah, that's big numbers.
They crush, okay? That's the difference between Damwon and DRX. We saw DRX against a relatively weak team.
Yep.
I mean, Sandbox are definitely better than Solo One Prince. That's also, I think, pretty apparent. But Damwon, when they face any team that's not on the left side of the bracket, they dominate them. Quick games. It doesn't really matter what they draft. Sometimes they draft really aggressively to win even quicker. So it does feel like there is a little bit of a difference here watching a team like Damwon compared to DRX face off against a weaker team. As, they're just going to be going with their same lineup here. Beryl will be starting, and so will Ghost and Nuggery.
Yep, on the other side, Solo and Prince are mixing things up just a little bit. Flawless hasn't made his way back onto the roster yet, and it's going to be Trigger and Mia on the bottom side of the map to try and deal with Ghost and Beryl. Ghost and Beryl, I think, have been our most improved players during the Summer Split in comparison to the Spring. Now getting 2v2 kills on the bottom side of the map, really stepping up. But we're going to highlight our stats magician here on the left-hand side. Showmaker, he's good at making shoes, also really good at having a KDA above 20. His damage per minute difference is just ludicrous. His damage per minute is still 1st and earns the most gold, does the most with it. He doesn't actually, as Mickey does more with the gold that he gets than than Showmaker does.
Yeah.
But when you get so much gold, you know, it's really hard to spend
really
it on.
hard, yeah.
And he's spoken to like a millionaire. He's like, oh, I just don't know what to do.
Yeah. How am I
going
going to make
money?
such a difference with all this money?
Oh my goodness! You know,
Too much.
Got Bill Gates, he like tries to cure polio and stuff like
but
that.
He's still
that's
not doing
difficult.
a percentage difference compared to some people that are not as rich as he is.
If you think about it, if you make 50
It's
cents
actually
and you
true.
do lots of stuff, like go for a run, think about how much you're earning with that 50 cents.
It's very true. Oh man,
I don't necessarily.
We've really broken apart this damage per mold.
Damage per mold.
Damage per mold.
But the damage percent,
you can tell,
is a demonstration of how much more important Mickey is to his team than Showmaker is.
I find it crazy that Showmaker has a 24 KDA and he's not LCK first. Who's LCK first?
Oh, he is LCK first.
But it didn't say LCK first.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. I don't think.
But it usually does.
I know it usually does. But
why do sometimes they say LCK first and sometimes they don't?
Because
let's get consistent here.
Do we have to? No, he is LCK first. I think Teddy's second on like 7.6.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I'm just a little bit confused because, yeah, the number we had over here was 24.
Yeah,
by the way.
I think it might be on the patch. Could it be on the patch? And that way, it's not LCK first. Wait. No, because what? I was thinking that Closer might have a bigger one, but he doesn't. So I'm confused. Maybe this is.
I don't
maybe
know.
my stats aren't updated.
Now, again, I guess it would be Closer if he's only died like one time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
he gets like the benefit of not having as many games, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Do we have like? We got like a stats packet that has a bunch of things. Most of it in Korean.
Dive in.
I could see what we could find while we're, I think, taking a little while to get towards our
we'll get
our
there.
game here.
We're starting at exactly 8 p.m., which is we're about to ding 8 p.m.
Oh, wow, we're here right on time. I
Yeah.
wasn't expecting it. There's Ixu on your screen right here. Let's hope that he has a better game this time around. I mean, it's a lot to ask against Noguri, 100%, but I mean, Noguri has a 0-2 power spike. Ixu has a 0-2 trough of doom.
Oh.
It doesn't really work.
Never-ending power trough.
It is a never-ending power trough. He's he's having
a head massage too.
Yeah, this is it's getting intense.
It's always for Noguri too, if you'll notice that. It's always for him. They're like, well, you're the one piece that's, you know, always a little bit kind of out of sorts. You know, you never know what you're gonna get. Although he is incredibly good, even so. As we are gonna jump into pick ban here for game one. Dominant on blue. We'll see if they can pick up Caitlyn.
Well, Caitlyn's certainly pretty coveted. Certainly one that Ghost would like to abuse as well. Having a lot of extra safety down there. So sounds like the bread and butter for Damwon. They can basically ban whatever they want, to be honest. But they're going to ban Karma first off. And I actually think that Damwon banning Karma on blue side is a really good idea. I think she ruins a lot of things that Damwon want to do, and they don't want to play her. As apparently Noguri went to a fortune teller, and she told him that he has a lot of anger inside him. So the coach started to give him massages. That's how that works.
Okay.
Fortune tellers, it's a real thing here in Korea, by the way. Like,
it is. Yeah.
People do it often. My girlfriend went a little while ago. It was quite interesting. All of the things that the fortune teller said about her.
Yeah. It's called Saju.
Yeah. It seemed like horoscope to me.
It is.
A little bit.
It is horoscope. It's not real. Anyway, we do have, I don't believe in non-scientific things here.
Right.
Karthus is going to be banned here, which is really interesting. They just do not want to deal with Canyon. We saw that Damwon, he's insane on that pick. And Karthus is insane once he gets ahead. So they just don't even want to allow that to become a thing.
Damwon are like banning red side champions on blue side, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that is weird.
As Set is going to be banned away here to sort of give us a lot of pretty understandable bans. As Damwon, I mean, if you're looking down tier lists, Twisted Fate's certainly going to be the one, and that is going to be locked away. Camille Galio could come in here, though. I'd actually like it, personally, but does give away a lot of what you're planning on doing, and you're on the red side, so probably wanting to reserve counterpick, things like that. But you can still counterpick for jungle, counterpick for, bottom lane, things like that. See what Solo and Prince do want to do here. 5 seconds to go.
Do you think this pick band music is the best music? Is this the best song of all of them?
Like ever of all
song
time.
ever.
I think.
No, well, that's.
Could you imagine if, like, instead of this, they played Tribute by Tenacious D? Because that it objectively is the greatest and best song of all time. Or at least it's a song about the greatest and best song of all time. Maybe this is what they were singing about. In Tribute by Tenacious D. As Solo and Prince. Oh, they've fallen into the dynamics trap. As maybe. They might have fallen into the dynamics trap. This is a bottom lane duo that has seen a lot of success and seen some failure as well. Which is why we bring up the dynamics trap. Damwon, now they know exactly what the bottom lane is. Well, not necessarily. Ixu has played top lane Pantheon. He's one of the few. It didn't work, but he did do it. As Ezreal Bard. Oh my god. Okay.
This is the best part of the song, by the way, when the strings come in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can feel it. Do we need to talk about the draft, or can we just sort of rock out for a little bit?
The draft is good.
I mean, I wasn't saying that we should.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's going well.
Yeah.
Right?
It seems to be working just fine without us.
Yeah, we don't really need to say anything about it. It'll just work itself out.
Yeah, well, I think they'll pick 5
Turns out we're not necessary at all.
Yeah. Oh, no, we should just keep rocking out.
We're kind of just like the fancy painting that you put on the wall that,
that
lightens up the room, but not entirely necessary.
Do you think we should try and, like, speak in time with the music from now on,
just
so that people can, like, listen to it better?
But then we'd be talking over the music. It's better to have it in the background.
No, we're talking with the music. We're harmonizing, you know? Well, not necessarily. I don't think we would need to sing on broadcast, but listen is picked. Right. Silence.
You've got like the the undertones, the bass. Like
I feel like I'm definitely doing the harmony, not the melody. Ooh, this is we're having. I think we're having an epiphany on what the final band is going to be here from Solo and Prince. But then
really
they missed their window
already.
They missed their window. They had the and that would have meant a much better band than this Sejuani that's going to be taken away.
Sejuani. I mean, Canyon was always good on Sejuani, I guess. It's really annoying for Lee Sin to deal with, right? Because she's quite the tanky beast.
Why didn't they ban Camille? What?
I don't know. TF Camille, obviously, I think is what you're talking about here.
I am alluding to that. You are correct.
The Gnar ban is very... I mean, Ixu looked good on it, I guess, the last time he played, but, like...
That also, you know, lanes decently well into a few of the things that Noguri might want to blind pick. Damwon now could Ultra Sin if they wanted to. We could just go Renekton Nidalee and just head all the way into Dante's pit of death. It's going to be the Jace, though. Okay, this is making me more pleased.
Yeah, it is blind.
Oh, God, no. Did I do it? Did I do it?
Nidalee is picked.
Please.
And
okay, Jace is definitely not Renekton, and that is fantastic. Adding to the poke that the wildcards, Mystic Shot, even Tempered Fate adds, Damwon giving themselves split push options, but also a teamfight identity. Love it. Fantastic work by Zephyr, who's certainly stepped up. At the beginning of the year and the beginning of the split, I was very critical of Zephyr and his drafts, but Damwon have turned things around. Looking great. Thank you for not picking.
I mean, he's been a big part. Their drafts have been fantastic, and that is something we can't say a lot about a lot of teams here in the LCK. So it's good to see that at least he has separated himself, on top of having this insanely talented roster.
Yeah, that helps.
That have huge champion oceans, by the way. So that also is pretty helpful. And the Wukong response to the Jace, so...
Certainly a lot of team fight coming out from Solo and Prince. They are going to be able to grab picks with the Ashe. They can follow up with the Pantheon. And Ixu, if he can get into a decent position, will certainly be able to wreak havoc. So Solo and Prince's dive potential, very, very high. But they're going to get poked. So they really need to pull the trigger. And Solo and Prince, what they're going to be tested on is proactivity. And testing a team that's losing every single game on their proactivity is just, that's cruel.
Yeah.
It's very cruel.
The thing about Soto and Prince is that they don't have like a caution meter. They're not a very cautious team. They're like, well,
that's true. We
have this stuff that can attack. Let's use it. And even when they're like 5,000 gold behind, they'll just like run at you. So
I have a button off cooldown, guys.
Yeah,
I'm going in.
Ixu will just run in there. It's gonna happen. We're gonna see it in this game. I guarantee it.
Well, he can spin now.
Yes,
you know, he can get some stuff done with that Cyclone. See how the Wukong is going to do. It's going to be a rough matchup, like a really rough matchup. Into especially Nuggery's Jace, the man who you killed. He comes back stronger. Let's do it. Let's get into game number 1. Damwon versus Solo One Prince for our final match of the day. Will Showmaker get his wish, which is an early night?
Yeah, he had to come in here later today. I feel like generally we've had Damwon in the early, the early slot, but not today.
Sneaky. Maybe reading some Nuggery aggression.
Nuggery, this is, I think, a good idea. If you're playing against Nuggery, just bank on the fact that like 20% of the time he's just randomly going to face check, you know?
Oh, Mia stepped out of the brush maybe a little bit too early. Spear. Canyon pretending to be Zoe, seeing whether the spear will go longer based on throwing it through a wall. It doesn't.
Ooh, Scorch on Azir against TF.
Wow, doesn't have Nimbus Cloak. Feels bad.
Yeah, no Nimbus Cloak. Some of these mid laners...
I guess when you're taking Teleport, you don't really want Nimbus Cloak as much because you don't have double Nimbus Cloak possibilities. It's not as valuable.
Yeah.
If you've got like a million summoner spells to cycle through, maybe it makes more sense.
Yeah. Also, you're not like teleport flanking with the Azir or anything like that, so you're definitely correct.
I mean, this is Mickey. He does all sorts of crazy stuff, man.
True. Nuggery casually 7-0 on the Jace.
Whoa.
He's kind of quietly done that too. You know,
Yeah.
we're not coming into every draft saying like, oh man, they really got to deny Nuggery's Jace this game. But still, I mean, he's always been known for his Jace, and it's funny that he's just casually able to do this again in another season.
Indeed. I'll trigger me actually getting the better of some of these trades. His barrel goes down relatively low. This is Ezreal Bard. It's going to be really hard. Rhyme unintentional, but it's fine.
Let's see how far you can go.
Yeah, I don't really want to.
Well, we'll see how game 1 goes. Let's see. If it's like a total blowout, we might just, you know.
Maybe we'll just, the funny business will come out.
Yeah.
We'll
see.
actually play Yakety Sax. Maybe we could request draft music and we can just rock out to the draft music instead of actually casting.
Remember I told you one time you got to bring your saxophone from,
yeah,
Australia?
I know.
Right?
I need to go back to Australia, and then they need to let me out of the country, which is impossible at the moment.
Yeah.
Because of the virus. That's the issue, you know.
You got to bring your sax one day on a day like this.
Yeah.
So when just craziness goes on, we're just going to stop talking. You can play Yakety Sax. Like
And
just crazy saxophone music.
I'll have to learn Yakety Sax and then unlearn it so I can play it really, really badly. Like the, you know, the classic "Your Heart Will Go On" recorder type idea.
A classic.
Yeah.
I love that song.
I think
makes me cry every time.
Yeah, I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Only the recorder version.
Yeah, no, that it just adds to the heart, you know. It really does.
Oh man.
Mia and Trigger pushing relatively well. You can see that CS probably going to even out between the Ashe and the Ezreal as this wave crashes.
This is what the Ashe Pantheon can do, right? This is why it is popular. It has so much lane control because of even Pantheon's poke as well. It's not just Ashe. And on top of that, you do have some decent engage with the Pantheon and all that good stuff as he can also roam. Here he comes to the mid lane. This is looking good.
I love Showmaker's positioning here as Mickey's trying to chase after him. Flash comes out though.
Nimbus Cloak.
As he is able to Nimbus his way out. So it's still valuable there. I actually didn't know whether Showmaker necessarily needed to flash there, but probably looking to see whether Mia was going to make it into flash W range. And that's why it sort of seemed a little bit odd. But Showmaker knowing a little bit more than us potentially.
I'm glad that you mentioned his positioning in the lane, by the way, because this is something that a lot of analysts talk about a lot of the time, especially our analysts, good old LS. How, you know, he's got Italy on the top side of the map, and he's got wardage over there as well. He has a lot of vision on the top side in the river. Yes, wardage.
Speaking of wardage, Kuma is on the wardage as Noguri, he's looking to grab that first death for his 0-2 power spike. Avoids the, oh no, it's the ring around the rosy. I need my saxophone, dude. I really do. As Noguri is going to get closed in on, and First Blood will eventually come out. That took a very long time. As now the back will come in. Ixu not actually wanting to clear out the wave or anything like that. Feels like he has it in a good spot. And it might be that Kuma can come back and get another one. See whether Kuma can win his first game here.
This is a little bit of a Monk and W, though. You do not want to trigger the 0-2 power spike.
I know, you can't do it too early. And it's his Jace as well. His Jace is like the classic 0-2er.
Yeah, it's perfect because he just never stops being aggressive, right? So
yeah,
he dies once, dies again, but he's still exerting so much pressure on the lane. Like already, he's got a nice lead in the CS, which will be short up a little bit. But here's this one. And he does a really great job of dancing around. You see the Q is going to be used here by Kuma, which misses. But then he goes back in onto Ixu. He does that bit of poke, and then I'm not sure why he continues down this way. I would have liked to see more ring around the Rosie with the Nidalee coming up instead, because she was on the way, but maybe Nuguri lost his patience.
Seems like a Nuguri thing to do, not going to lie. He does still have Flash available, so this is not by any means any issue as far as his laning strength, apart from losing that Siege minion, which may have tilted him. And so that could affect his laning ability. As Beryl and Ghost just happily evening things out between themselves and the Ashe Pantheon. But this is a bit of a win combo rather than a not lose combo in the Pantheon Ashe, but it probably comes more at around level 6. Where they do get the power of those ultimates. They can pair up with one another, theoretically, and utilize it to get better back timings and things like that, especially for Mia. As Kuma's going to come on over, spots out Canyon, Q is going to land, that's a lot of damage, and the Nidalee is going to go down. But in comes Showmaker, and Noguri's going to be able to grab that kill. So 1 for 1 towards the top side as finally Damwon get a kill on this map. And it looks like Mickey's just standing guard. Very on theme. With a man with sand soldiers that like to set up phalanx, things like that.
Yeah, the thing about Mickey's maneuver there is like, you're never going to get there on time, right? The fight is always going to end before you get there. And unless they start diving turrets after that play, you're not going to get anything. So I would have liked to see him just try to push in and then try to stand guard a little bit. But instead, he just stands over there while the lane is frozen in the middle. And frozen meaning, okay, well, here we go.
There's the Emperor's Divide. Mickey's going to nail it as Showmaker throws out the blue card that he really didn't want. And the kick into the wall, into the death. And Soliwan Prince, 3-1. Even on gold with Damwon at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah. And I like how, you know, you're saying it very apprehensively because we're not ready to believe in Soliwan Prince yet. They need... a lot more kills. You're all in? Okay.
Yep, I'm ready. 2-1-0 Ixu. Wow. This is unprecedented. I'm very excited.
True. Well, if this is definitely a good start for them. We can't avoid that. They're definitely starting off well in this game. And maybe I cast or cursed Damwon by saying they always crush the lower level teams. We'll have to wait and see how this one comes along. Of course, the gold difference will be around the same. Actually, a bit of an in the lead here for Damwon as, of course, TF exists as a champion. Nice Q landing by Kuma. I was surprised that Canyon wasn't respecting that combo over the wall, especially with Ixu having flash. At least Showmaker was there to spare the blushes.
음파 없어 근데? 잡은 거 같은데?
He said he had no Q, which he did not.
잡았어.
So I think he
야, 용까지 먹을 수 있어 우리 이거?
I can get Dragon.
And he did get Dragon. So it all worked out. No, I think Damwon's chances just went from 98% to like 95%.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. This is a huge deal.
It's a big... We're falling off a cliff here.
Yeah, it's a big swing.
Yeah.
Big swing.
Crazy. Damwon are still in the lead after all of this.
I mean, look at Noguri's farm.
Yeah.
It's insane.
That's the thing. I mean, Ixu does struggle a little bit in the laning phases, and
especially
against,
right?
Yeah, especially against Nuguri's Jace, right? So he picks up a couple of kills, which are going to shore up some of that, but other than that, it's not going to be that
there's
beat.
another Flash Emperor's Divide. Is immediately the Nidalee is just dead, but in comes the Pantheon. Mia is going to join him as Magical Journey gets Showmaker out, but they get no kill in response. And Nuggery's completely out of mana on the top side. They have no priority, and Soliwan Prince are not taking their foot off the pressure. I think that's another 2%.
Whoa!
93.
Sell your stonks now. This is
buy his stonks.
Yeah,
buy him.
Now's the time to buy some Soliwan Prince stonks, and it really is a big swing for them. I mean, they have they've really gotten ahead here in this game now after that maneuver. They have the Rift Herald now, and they're going to be able to start pushing some of these turrets, some of the pressure back, as Canyon is just, it almost feels like he's disrespecting Soliwan Prince in a way, in the way that he is playing so far up in some of these fights, as thankfully Barrel's there. Our Showmaker dies as well, as everybody was kind of rotating up for the Rift Herald, of course, so both the supports were going to be there, as we see the defensive power of Bard in that case.
I have to say, Mickey has looked better than he's ever looked in this game. He's been, you know how we talk about Mickey and his dice rolling? I mean, this has been double sixes into double sixes. And I'm really hoping this is not Monopoly rules, where if you roll 3 in a row, you go to jail.
Yeah. I don't like that rule.
Which could happen. But we'll see. I don't like that rule either. I think that you should be rewarded for being lucky.
I think when you play Monopoly, you should just play with whatever rules you want.
Oh, absolutely. House rules for Monopoly are definitely the best way to go. And you always invite other people over and never tell them the rules so they can get as annoyed as possible.
Until they try to do something that's by the normal rules, and you're like, actually, that's not the way to play here.
We omit those rules, actually. If I go to Mayfair, because my name starts with an M, I don't have to pay anything.
Yeah.
And in fact, you have to pay me the cost.
Yeah, and I think it's it makes sense for a lot of people that play the game, because I remember when I was playing it at home as a kid, we didn't fully understand the rules, so we kind of did like massage those rules a little bit. As we're gonna deny, oh, that was way too early. What was that?
The Rift Herald hasn't even started charging yet, Beryl.
What is going on
silly
today?
Billy. I think he just mistook the animation, as he just wasn't quite there yet. And you're right, maybe this is a complacent Damwon that maybe needed to, you know, wake up on the correct side of the bed just a little bit.
This isn't Brad, this is like Bird or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Bird the turd?
Bird with the U, yeah.
Okay, well, that's not very nice. Ghost's going to have to get himself out of there. Does so. Ixu most likely dead as Showmaker turns up on the top side. Noguri not going to find the To the Skies damage. Wildcards comes in. Showmaker very close to dead. But is going to walk his way out. Mickey's going to take the turret, and I'd probably say worth for Soliwan Prince.
So much value here.
Listen to his workout noises, the Azir. As he takes down that
very
turret.
masculine Bird.
Yeah,
speaking of which. And, I mean, you've got to be strong if you're going to be maneuvering all those sand shoulders, I guess.
That's true.
Shifting the sands in the manner that he does. And
that are a magician.
It's crazy what TF can do, by the way, to a gold score. Because Soliwan Prince are in such a crazy position in terms of, you know, their chance to win this game just from the early game, and still the gold is pretty much even because of TF.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Nuguri. No, that's 2 Dirks. Double Dirk.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you got a double Dirk, I guess.
Double Dirks.
Double Dirk. That's what he's done. And, you know, look, if I had a birthday party, I'd probably invite 2 Dirks as well.
Why not?
2 that I know, nice guys. As Canyon, he's looking for Ixu here on the top side. If in doubt, Damwon say, they're just going to go as aggressive as they can against what they see as the weak link. Primal Surge going to keep his health bar up as that's the gold card and Showmaker grabs the kill. Now, what is the response? As the man drop comes in, Mia going to flash stun, Canyon's dead, but Damwon's going to be here. Good arrow is going to land as Mickey's dead. Oh no, too many doubles, and he's gone straight to the death chamber. Damwon do answer back. They even out the kill score. They grab the gold lead, and it was fleeting. But just remember the early game of this game for Soliwan Prince, guys.
Yeah, Canyon is kind of like he is so expertly baiting as Kuma's dead.
Yeah, he's going to flash.
Nice
Gold
little
card
play.
comes
Okay,
in.
he's
Meep
alive.
slaps. Yeah, he gets out.
Nice.
Does have to flash. Does lose his red buff. Doesn't die.
All good.
Yeah.
Gets away. He's 1-0-3. Keeps his KDA alive. And
that's what you got to do. And I mean, Kumo
watch
has
Bar fly away. Oh, so good.
God, the skin is super cool.
You saw the UFO fly away.
Yep.
We were talking about that yesterday, where we saw the it has a shadow too. You can see the UFO fly
all the way across the map.
Yeah,
I haven't gone into the spectate client to watch him go home.
At least near the Bard, I would imagine. I don't know if it goes all the way across, but we spotted it yesterday.
Damn, that would be super cool.
It is really cool.
Do you know what would be really cool? If like shadows of ash arrows would like move across the screen, like ash arrows of years past
of other games.
You know, because like now because the arrows like it's still orbiting the orbiting Runeterra, because they can never dissipate.
What if there was an ability like that like went out one side and came out the other side?
Oh my god, that has to happen. If that kept going for too long, maybe it like has like a strange effect on the game and the spaghetti can't handle it. I don't know. We're looking for a dive here on the bottom side as we get back to the game for a second.
Well,
never mind.
Yeah.
So let's go back to talk about the real stuff.
It's almost like after that last play, the win was just taken out of the sails of Sode Prince. And just like that.
And put into the sails of Damwon.
What is going on today with Beryl, by the way?
I don't know. He likes golden cannons.
This is not my Beryl. This is someone else's Beryl.
Yeah. And we have an imposter. As Arrow is going to be, I think, unnecessarily arcane shifted out of the way of. As I think Trigger was going to get a goal there regardless.
It's got a big hitbox, you know?
Well, it does.
We've seen that today.
Yeah. It's got a hit planet. It's not a hitbox, dude.
Showmaker has a Magi's because what better game to get Magi's than
okay.
Double Dirk.
Oh yeah, let's double Dirk.
나 템 잘못 샀다. 나중에 쓰긴 하는데.
Oh no. Wait.
아래로. 깡태고.
He said
우리
he would use
다
it
있어.
anyway later on, so.
I mean, he can.
깡태.
There we go. That's how you use it. Oh, I wanted him to say double Dirk power or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Come on, Nagri.
It's all right. He had a lot of pressure on him. He was, at that moment, in danger of losing to Ixu in lane. But now he's 4-1-0.
Most CS in the game.
Yeah.
More than the Azir.
And moving to, like, 3 items with this Manamune Jace, by the way, like, comes online at about the same time as the Mirror Mana, and it's so much damage. It's obscene. And Solo Prince, they're looking for this Infernal Drake in a minute's time. That will be Soul Point. But Damwon, they only wanted Infernal Drakes this game. I think that's why they decided to int a little in the early game.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's convincing to Solo Prince for them to, like, take the other Drakes off the board. As Ghost is down here by himself on the bottom side. And Beryl going to get a really nice stun there onto Mia. And they'll clear out the vision. So, 30 seconds. Infernal Drake going to be coming up. Shirley going to buy some map control. As Nogari's going to take down the turret. Shirley's going to continue forward, but she's going to get a little bit of a poke in the eye and take it down just before this Infernal Drake does come up. A reset for Nogari. And we'll see whether that means that Duskblade's also done. He has a lot of gold. No, not quite there yet.
Caulfield's Warhammer.
Gotta get that CDR.
Yeah, eventually gets there. And we're definitely going to have a fight over this. Remember what I said, Sode Prince do not back away from fights. And if there's a Infernal Drake on the cards here, I think they'll absolutely take the fight as well.
And Showmaker, he's got a gold card. He's spotted on vision. So, Damwon, what can they do? They can always just press Destiny and know everything. So it's very easy for them to step up around.
Are they actually really going to give this away?
I think so.
Wow.
There's just no...
I cast or curse the action.
You absolutely did. They decided that they are happy to trade it for the top outer turret.
I mean, they had TP and everything from Ixu, but they just decided, you know, actually, nah.
Yeah, nah. That's the Australian way. As Mirror Mana is complete by Ghost. Maybe that's why. He was sitting there with Iceborne Mirror Mana, like, probably about as strong as the Ezreal was going to get as far as any particular item spike, so maybe not wanting to actually just run straight into it. With what they had, Ixu didn't have Trinity Force yet. We didn't have any second item onto Trigger, so he was much weaker. So perhaps that was where their minds were at. Or maybe they're a team that have lost 13 in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
didn't necessarily have the confidence to go for the play against the #1 team, or #2 team if you want to get technical, here in the LCK. They will be moving to first place with a gigantic game score advantage and an even match score with DRX after this if they manage to win. But they do still have to win.
I want to point out that we saw yesterday and today a couple of comps where spamming Ninja Tabi would be really good against. A lot of
that triggered me the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of auto attackers, a ton of 80 damage, right?
Yep.
And in this game, you can see 3 on the side of Damwon, so they buy more than those other 2 games, right? Against a comp that's, I mean, they don't have as many auto attackers. Obviously, there are.
I mean, if they kill Mickey, then they make very good use.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, the Sand Soldiers, does the Sand Soldier damage, does that count as an auto attack? Because it is an auto attack, sort of? Or is it AoE damage?
So.
I don't know how that's calculated.
When damage.
When it comes to Ninja Tabi, I don't know how that necessarily gets calculated.
Yeah.
I know that it still mitigates Corki damage even though it's magic, but that is counted as a... Okay, never mind. Thankfully, Mickey's saved us by dying. He is going to flash, shifts some sands, tries to get out as Mia is just going to get absolutely obliterated by Noguri. Mickey, of course, there on the top side is going to fall, but Canyon could be in trouble. He's going to have the Primal Surge pretty soon. And there's the gold card as Canyon just baiting them as this little kitty cat who's very anemic this game, but it doesn't seem to matter. There is a big guy with it. Oh! Kuma does it! Finds the pickup on the backside. That's going to save the Baron because now there's no smite. Kuma says, bring it, buddy. And Trigger, he's just going to be taken down inner turrets here in the mid lane. Mia at 50% health as Noguri fighting against Kuma. Flash forward. That's double buffs. And Showmaker comes down asking what the heck's going on.
Why did he miss the Q? It was going to be so good. We were going to be screaming the name of Kuma, but it did not happen. And I think that was the 6th kill for Nuguri on top of it all. So he's just spamming kills here. And yeah, once again, I mean, it's kind of the Sadio and Prince effect. You see that UFO?
Oh,
did you see it, by the way?
Yeah, that was cool.
Because he just went back. Anyway.
I feel like you need thicker glasses or something like that when you say that. I don't know why.
Did you see UFO? Did you see UFO? This is a nice little setup here. Obviously, Bard can help with CC from very far away. And it's so annoying to kill Azir even so. But that gold card from downtown. A nice little Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
But just wasn't enough. As Ixu, I did mention, he is going to go in on some fights regardless of what's happening. I guarantee it. That is what I said during the draft.
You did, yeah.
And this is a really nice play by Kuma. On vision, able to ward hop into Q.
And then let's see the fight with Noguri. I want to see this.
He's able to win this one, and then he misses the Q, which I just... See, he gets the kick.
Oh, man.
Come on.
This Jace, he's been working out, or he's been denied dinner a few times because he's a lot skinnier than I thought. If that was an Ash arrow.
Yeah, well, that would have hit. Like,
oh, yeah, actually, that
from much farther of a distance away from the champion.
It's different. He is in the game, therefore the arrow should hit. As that spear was odd, somehow landed on Kuma. Pixels, am I right?
Yes, many, many pixels.
Ixu's going to be able to get away. As we're going for a little bit of a reset, Kuma's going to cancel. Solo and Prince now with some of their health bars removed, but 5 members hanging around this Infernal Drake pit. 25 seconds until that one's coming back up. As there's the arrow. Arcane Shift was buffered nicely, and Ghost gets himself away. Using his flash, there's a great exhaust. Emperor's Divide. Not going to be great this time, Mickey, unfortunately, and Beryl. Going to lock down a double kill. The meep slap of destiny from Big Brad. He's certainly not what we were talking about before. Brad the Chatty went to sleep a little bit earlier on and wakes up to help Damwon out now. As they will split themselves up. They'll take themselves an Infernal Drake and a Baron. And look, the early game kept us on our toes, but I think this game's pretty done, Valdez.
It is, and Damwon are pretty far ahead at this point, but look at how far they commit. Sadio and Prince, they go all the way in, and this is the power of TF, right? You're just able to lock someone down, forces the flash at a trigger, and Mia doesn't exist after his E goes down. You see Kuma and Ixu doing 0.
Yeah.
Because of the way that fight started, as Ixu, he heard me saying that. He's getting a little bit angry now.
Yeah, there's another Cyclone, and Ixu's going to be able to lock down the kill. Solo kill by Ixu onto Noguri. Gigantic Gold pickup there, as the bounty now goes down to only 300. Noguri had a stacking bounty above what Ixu was actually able to put into his bank account. You can't do a transaction of that size. You're going to have to wait until the next kill before you can lock that one down. So the legendary Noguri is going to fall. I believe he was legendary, unless he got that kill before he died the first time, but I don't think so. I think he died.
No, yeah, he was legendary. 8 and 1, and then he died there. So, yeah, just, you know, Nuggery things. It's not like there's a big objective that either team can go for right now, as Salmon Gaming did pick up the Baron while we were in the replay.
Yep.
And so they're just going to wait for him and then just go for a push. They've still got 2 minutes on the Baron buff.
I think that, yeah, I think Noguri is almost 5,000 gold ahead of Ixu, but that took a little bit of a dip after he died here, as this was, what? Okay. It's very strange. I mean, I don't...
It's just Nuggery things,
yeah, it's
you know?
really Nuggery.
It's like, what are you doing? You know? Okay.
Okay. That Ash was there.
Showmaker has 21 stacks on his Magias right now.
He's booking it around the map at the moment.
He doesn't care about your nerfs. He doesn't care about the matchup. He doesn't care about what happened in the game. He's going to carry. Doesn't matter what it is. That is Showmaker.
2, 1, and 10. He's just quietly above 90% kill participation this game. And Darmon are just going to move on in here at 26 minutes and try to win the game. Trigger's still dead for another 13. There's a kick flash from Kuma to get Showmaker in, but he's going to go golden after the cleanse. And Noguri does so much AoE with that to the sky as Showmaker flashes out. Ixu is going to be very low, but does survive. Nexus turret not so lucky. Second one in the sights here of Damwon Gaming, as Showmaker's going to go back.
They're pushing. They're going.
Yeah, no, we're trying to win it right now because they've got a average game time that they need to keep down. They need to get Showmaker home.
See
but no,
how
they're going to have
fast
to
he
back
was?
up.
You see how fast the TF was after the TP? It's just not fair.
He has movement speed on 2 of his other items as well, not to mention
Nimbus Cloak and Teleport, and he's got the 2 items that you mentioned. He's got Home Guard, I think, at this point. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun stuff.
Definitely booking it. As Ezra looking to go home, finish that Death Dance. It's been a very, very slow day here for Ghost. 006, Electrebellion. You're a GoldenEye fan. But otherwise, it just really hasn't been doing very much at all. This is old school Damwon. The Damwon that just has Noguri and Showmaker doing ridiculous things around the map. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, curious to see how this one started as, okay, it's a little bit of damage. And it all starts with that. It's basically just Showmaker stealing the kill at the end. He's able to get in the back with his ultimate. And you can see here that they were trying to chain the CC. They were nearly able to. Looks like Showmaker waited to get the gold card before he went for the stopwatch and the flash. So he's able to get out of there anyway. They don't take anyone out in the play, and because they took a lot of damage, that does mean they just had to back away. So Damwon, they want to end these games as fast as possible, but struggled a little bit in ending it right there.
Yeah, weren't able to take it down, but, you know, 27, 28 minutes. Still not exactly the longest game of all time, as Mia is going to go golden. The Tempered Fate, but Beryl's unable to find the Cosmic Binding for any sort of CC. And Damwon are just going to take down the inner turret. Inner on the top side, still available. Noguri does have a teleport. He can head up there if he likes.
Look at Mickey's health bar. That was all from one shot blast. It was even more. He's actually regened a lot since it first hit.
I mean, they do have a Ocean Rig. Not very relevant, as Q going to connect. Mia, he decided that he wanted to Grand Skyfall in, but he doesn't want to anymore, as Ghost is going to take matters into his own hands, finds himself his first kill of the game. Beryl flashing forward, trying to get those meeps at the ready. They're not going to be able to find too many kills just yet. Now with Mia dead, 4 versus 5, 2 inhibitors now down, Damwon. They don't want that average game time to go up by too much. Sitting at 28 right now.
They're holding on.
Yep, the pretend Nexus turret is set up. There are some minions here. Noguri immediately going to cleanse. I believe that was a QSS that he picked up. There's, oh no, not going to be able to find any kicks. Ghost is going to grab his second, and that is Tempered Fate, allowing for the dive. Tempered Ohm Wrecker. They don't dive. I don't really feel like doing that just yet, as Ghost must have been so bored, as now he's going super aggressive. Ixu getting out from underneath the turret as the flash forward from Canyon. Not going to be a pentakill this time, but still going to be a win here for Damwon, as Emperor's Divide is going to get stopwatched. Mickey's going to go golden. And
Wait,
Ixu...
don't kill the Nexus!
No, don't kill Wait! Don't kill Ixu! Don't!
He's dead. He's dead whether you like it or not.
He didn't deserve it. He
Now
didn't deserve it. As the Nexus is going to go down, Damwon, an understandable victory, a predictable victory. But the early game was much better than we expected out of Solo One Prince, so they can take that one to the bank. It's getting to the point where Damwon, like, the victories need to be spoken about more about how well you did at a very isolated point in the game and whether that was good, not the outcome, because not very many teams can actually win against Damwon, especially in their current form.
I mean, I wouldn't feel too bad if I'm Solo One Prince. You're literally 1-13, right? And you took an early game against the best team in the LCK. So, that's good.
Yeah.
Right? We talk about expectations for different teams, and we usually say if Damwon done 2-0 this team, we're worried, right? For Solo One Prince, it's like, you know, if they get even a little bit, we're happy. So, I suppose that's good, right? They were able to follow up on a lot of ganks early on in the game. They were able to actually get a nice little lead until, unfortunately, Damwon outplayed them a little bit later. But, I mean, it's better than just getting absolutely wiped off the face of the planet in the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Noguri did comparable to the same amount of damage as the entirety of Solo One Prince on its Jace.
Let's add it up. Let's do some mathematics.
I don't want to do some mathematics. Valdez, I've never wanted to. And
so, bottom lane did about 12K, 22K.
It's not quite.
It's not quite more than the entire.
It's like only 4K less than the entire team. So, yeah, Noguri did some work. That's a pretty easy pog vote there for you. So, congratulations for getting it right here this game. We'll see whether Valdez is going to be able to find it for game number 2 when it comes to pog votes, as we'll have Damwon versus Solo One Prince. See you then.
리신 볼게. 애쉬 스턴데.
나 퀴 한번 되고. 네, 미칼 있어. 나 멤버들. 깡태 나왔다.
아지르 풀 있다. 오공 보여줄게.
5공개.
아지르 들어오면 스턴 볼게. 아지르 들어오면 스턴 볼게.
야, 빠졌다. 끝난 듯?
끝났다. 오. 아지르. 여기까지?
오고.
더 빨리 봐라. 한조 스턴데.
5 볼스. 퀴 한번 돼.
잡아줘.
앵그리 프리카 간다.
나 안 웃는다.
안 웃는다.
성준이 형은 웃음 못 참을 것 같은데.
나는 웃을 건데.
웃고 있네?
아이고 웃었네. 너 징계.
얘들아 화이팅 빨리 끝내자.
파이팅.
2대 3으로 우리가 이길 것 같은데.
이길 수 있어.
바텀 싸울게.
올라프
이길 수
갔다.
있어.
괜찮니?
마무리 돼?
나이스. 올라프 봐보자. 올라프 봐봐. 쪼여봐. 쪼여봐.
나한테 이거라. 동현 나한테 이거라.
여기까지 보자. 내가 탱해줄게. 탱해줄게. 더 해봐. 형 어때? 플래시 창 괜찮았어?
아주 좋아 달달해.
잘했어.
나 아지를 죽이면 안 돼?
죽여. 아무도 없어.
아직 2초 공 빠졌고.
이대로
전령 먹자.
전령
전령
먹게
먹자.
나는.
야 우리가 세단 시간? 가자. 야 전령 깔아줄래?
전령 깔자. 전령 깔자.
3초 2초. 야 17. 야 16분인데?
16분 못돼.
뭐야?
빨리 끝내. 빨리 끝내.
야 속도에
칼퇴
아프리카.
더 빨리. 나이스 칼때.
아 얘들아 말하지 마. 말하지 마.
야 넥서스.
얘들아 웃지마. 뭐 하는 거야
오케이,
지금?
오케이.
넥서스나 때려.
오케이.
전령 댄스 봤는데?
스크림에서 하던 대로 해 편하게. 위축돼서 하지 말고.
나 긴장돼.
긴장은 좋은 거야.
그냥 박을게요.
대가리 막아.
이주현 인성 문제 있어. 주현이 목소리 크게 말하고.
네. 여기 조이와 봐줄래 잠깐만? 네. 조이가 하긴 해줘. 네. 주현이 밀 수 있으면 밀고 아랫 무빙 하던가 해줘라. 네. 여기 봐줘 천천히. 네. 나 살아나면 텔대 캐넨 노프.
올라프.
여기까지 보자.
볼만한데?
야 가자.
우리 하나. 주현아.
나 미드 갈게. 나이스. 들어가자.
나이스.
이거 헤드셋 벗지 말고.
아, 주현 헤드셋 벗으면 안 돼.
네, 안 벗을게. 넥서스 무너질 때까지. 내가 이미 한번 경고 받아놔가지고.
아 벗으면 안 되구나.
저도 될 듯.
귀여워. 처음처럼만 해. 잘하더라 처음에.
네.
알았지?
네.
마음을 비우자.
마음을 비울게요.
마음을 비우면 행복해진대. 알아?
알아.
그래. 형도 명상 좀 해 그럼.
오케이 이거. 야 싸움 이긴 듯. 가자. 야 이거 펜타인데? 펜타. 아 노잼. 주현아. 네? 주현아. 네. W로 먹었어요. 먹을 생각 없었는데. 주현아 괜찮아. 나는 그런 거 신경 안 써 주현아.
근데 아까 멘탈 공격 받았어요. 몰라. 딱 오른쪽 봤는데 갑자기 베릴이 갑자기 이렇게 했어요 저한테. 잘하네 베릴.
긴장돼 혹시? 장비 빼줄 수 있어요? 자 건보 교체할게요. 진짜 이기고 싶다.
침착하게 하면 그냥 이겨.
오케이 침착 들고. 오케이 침착 다 들어. 싸우자. 잡은 거 같아. 나이스. 가볼게. 궁대. 궁 꺼줘. 떠줘. 풀 있어. 잡았다.
야 쇼메 거 뭐야?
야, 나 지렸는데 갈리오 뭐야 나? 야, 바로. 거기까지. 잡은 거 같은데? 얘 풀 있어. 거기까지. 아, 나 죽었다. 아, 미안하다. 뭐야, 너 임마. 일로 와. 야! 드디어 잡았다. 칼퇴 너무 좋아.
주현호 오늘의 승리픽?
아 주인우 갈리우 첫판? 아 들어가자 세레모니 한번 하자 세레모니. 야 간다. 가자. 응 안 가?
오케이 열심히 가고.
이건 안 죽네.
LOL의 미래를 이끌어갈 더 넥스트를 찾아라. 대한민국 리그 오브 레전드 씬을 이끌어갈 미래는 누가 될 것인지 지금부터 만나보시죠. 화려한 플레이, 환상의 팀워크, 반짝이는 스타성을 갖춘 보석 같은 주인공들을 찾아낼 수 있을까요?
기회라는 게 잘 안 주어지잖아요. 근데 좀 어쨌든 자기를 뽐낼 수 있는 기회다 보니까 어쨌거나 경기력으로 보여주는 거기 때문에 정말 멋있는 모습을 많이 보여줬으면 좋겠어요.
짬으로 승부하나요?
이런 뭐 인지도로 밀어붙이겠다고 이런.
누가 더 잘하는 것 같으세요?
포지션 라인은요 정글입니다. 이 순간 가장 궁금한 점이 하나 있습니다. 나와 함께할 우리 팀원들은 과연 어떤 티어를 갖고 있을까?
내가 챌린저인데 우리 원딜 다이 하면 짜증나거든.
자신의 티어를 공개해주세요.
뭐야?
이렇게 될 수가 있나요?
최악이었던 것 같습니다. 진짜 끔찍했어요.
앞동에서 사고 났어요.
아니 이런 게임 역전하라고 하는 게 노양심이긴 해요.
We're back after Damon Gaming versus Soreon Prince game number 1, and Damon is starting off with a win of the series. I think both sides were going with the picks that they are confident in. So very proactive and aggressive picks, especially on the side of Soreon Prince. And they were able to kind of keep their characteristic of very proactive and aggressive playstyle. But this time around, Damon Gaming, they were focusing on their mechanics for the laning phase, and they knew how to snowball the leads till the end of the game. Even though they did make some mistakes, they were able to still close out the game. It was really impressive that Nuguri went for a blind pick, and still Damon Gaming did not ban away Aurelia or Lucian. And Soreon Prince was not able to execute some of the aggressive pick going over to the top lane, and Wukong as well was not performing that well. However, Soreon Prince was having a decent early game, but they made some critical mistakes that kind of enabled Damon Gaming to turn the whole table around. Based on their priority, Soreon Prince was able to take this dragon. Jace already raised the tier 1 turret on the top side, so Wukong was not supposed to clear out the wave here on the top lane because most of his teammates were actually at the bottom side of the map getting that dragon. So it was a very natural result to see Iksu fighting the dust over here. And also the spear landed on Wukong, the real Wukong, so that was also a critical shot coming out from Nidalee. At this moment of the game, Ezreal was at the bottom lane and Jace was also grouping up. It was not Nuguri being super on point with his rotation. It was just Wukong being a little bit too overextended. And this part was where Damon Gaming was able to get a huge lead ahead of Soreon Prince. In addition to that, Ashe and Pantheon was not that effective against Damon Gaming's composition. The veteran players on the side of Soreon Prince had to kind of lead the entire team and tell them the calls for rotations, but seemed like Soreon Prince, all 5 players were not on the same page. Azir was a little bit too overextended over here, but watch the bottom duos over here. They were trying to find a setup on the mid lane, but we can see that the blue team pings going on to Azir, which means that they are not even thinking about going for a mid lane defense. They were looking for a pick onto Azir at the first place. Pawn is really being straightforward of the Soreon Prince performance over here. They're just like so everywhere, and it is literally a mess, to be honest. Common Gaming, they were really smart, kind of not even contesting for a mid lane macro over there. They rather just whole members of Common Gaming went for a top lane to get a kill onto Mickey. Seoreon Prince could not find any value of the picks they locked in, and now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Common Gaming. Nuguri, as our casters mentioned, it was a very easy POG to get. And surprisingly, it's only the third POG of the split for Nuguri. Even though Nuguri died in the early phase of the fight, he already managed to have a huge gold lead between his opponents. Nuguri doesn't really die for nothing. He always managed to get a meaningful point, even when he's fighting the dust. And with this mechanical outclass coming out from Nuguri was also another highlight of today's game. Seoreon Prince, they are just lacking so hard with their basic skills. They have to go back to their drawing board, they have to study all the basics again, and unanimous vote going over to Nuguri. Well, based on their performance, Seoreon Prince, it seems like the top and mid laners, all the rookie players and the bottom duos are the veteran, which is not the truth, so they have to really tidy up their macro and also their basic skills. Let's move on to game number 2, Common Gaming versus Seoreon Prince.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for your exemplary translation of the analyst desk. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by the Veiled Analyst, who is 3 out of 3 on POG predictions so far, absolutely saving the English caster desk POG win rate.
Saving LS right now.
Yeah, you absolutely
with my votes.
Saving him softly with your votes.
Yes.
Is the
Although, I don't think he would have voted for Showmaker or anything like that in that case, because he wants Chovy to get ahead.
Exactly.
Which I guess he could have actually thrown some votes to Chovy earlier on today, but he did not get that chance.
Nope. And Chovy honestly didn't have the greatest day on Summoner's Rift here today. Hopefully he gets himself in order by the time we get to the playoffs, because Chovy doesn't have the greatest time in playoffs. His win record there is not great. So let's see whether he's going to be able to turn that around. But talking about Chovy is irrelevant for this particular series. We're talking about Solo One Prince versus Damwon, and let's see whether Solo One can utilize blue side in order to get themselves some advantages here in this game number 2. Maybe find that win record, and oh look, the Luscious Locks are out.
Oh,
Trigger is ready.
Yes.
Oh my god, I just want to grow my hair out, dude.
He's gonna play Taric this game.
Guaranteed. They're playing Sona Taric.
The 80 carry
yep.
is gonna play Taric. Just do it.
Oof. Let's. Should we appreciate the music for a second? Oh yeah.
And it builds up, you know.
I know.
It's only the beginning.
It's a constant crescendo.
Yeah. You got the initial tension building strings in the back
here. I can feel it. It's so tense. Okay, Zoe's gonna be banned. And then what will be banned? Balance. Vola Bear. Oh!
Yeah.
Okay, back to serious mode. I like their diddies though. I like that bit. As Callista gonna be taken off the board.
Callista. It's quite interesting to take away.
Calm.
You're still doing it on the beat.
It's almost accidental now. I can't help it.
Come.
No, it's gonna be set. The volley set.
They're really setting themselves up.
They are. It's Caitlyn.
Solo and
Wait,
Prince.
no. They don't need to bet it. They're on the board.
Yeah. I wonder if they want to play it.
Ashban? Pig K? Don't get counted? Maybe.
Let's just play Dudadunga during
yeah, I think we need
during the pick ban. We come back at the start of the game. We're like, oh, this is what the pick ban was. Okay.
Yeah, nice. No, we play the Dudodonga so that we can just listen to this music by ourselves.
Yeah.
Without making a fool of
deny
ourselves.
it from the chat.
Yeah. All right, Damwon, final ban here. Do they just leave the Caitlyn up? I don't think they want to. I think giving lane priority over is dangerous, but it's going to be the Senna taken away. Feels like a bit of a throwaway ban. Twisted Fate, Karma, Caitlyn, lots of things available. We'll see where Solo One go. I mean, Mickey he's a Twisted Fate connoisseur. He likes rolling the dice, but it's not going to be Twisted Fate. It is, of course, going to be Caitlyn. Oh, yeah.
Caitlyn's 2-6 so far in the LCK. And didn't we have 2 games of Root playing Caitlyn? I guess that did kind of...
Yeah, I mean, earlier on today wasn't the greatest day for
Caitlyn. So, it's not really fair, right? I mean,
yeah.
So, some of the weaker teams playing the Caitlyn, they heard it's good. They're like, we should play it. As did Sode One Prince. And I'd imagine TF and Jin.
All right.
Jin, another response that we've been seeing to the Caitlyn here in the LCK.
I really like Jin, and I think Jin does work very well with Twisted Fate as well, given his gigantic range. Helps gather those picks together, but Solo and Prince now have that Karma available. Kate Karma for incredible bottom lane control if they want it, but they can also flex the Karma around everywhere. I like it a lot.
It's good.
What next?
Can't stop.
Jungler? I think maybe a Lee Sin to come in here, something like that. No? Looks like Silas.
Yeah.
I thought that Kuma looked great on the Lee Sin in Game 1, which is why I brought it up. 2 seconds to go, though, and it looks like it is going to be the classic Silas into the Twisted Fate.
Yeah. But they don't want to have Galio Silas banned in the second round, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is an option that Damwon could go for. Mickey calling the shots. He says, give me the Silas. And what are we going to have here for Damwon? They could try to pick a jungler once again. You could go for Nidalee once again if you want to. But Camille is available, and they didn't pick this in game number 1 in the blind pick. But this time around, they say, I mean, there's a decent chance that either Karma or Silas could go to the top lane. Let's call them on their bluff and say, we don't think you're going to flex that Karma down to support. Let's go ahead and throw the Camille in there where she should be safe. As Camille does have a ridiculous win rate, guys, 21-9.
Yeah, she's very, very strong at this point in time. First ban going to be that Rek'Sai, as it looks like Damwon do want to pick Lee Sin right out of the gate. Very odd that they're banning Rek'Sai before even picking Lee Sin. That is fine. Just get lost in A, the beautiful music, and B, Trigger's absolutely majestic hair.
So nice.
It is just...
I'm growing out my hair now.
Yeah, you are?
And I wonder how long I'm going to go. Not that long.
I would recommend it. I think it's fantastic.
So?
Yeah. Big fan. I'm jealous. I feel like I can't. I actually
You're not going to change your hairstyle.
No, I can't because I'm so committed.
Forever.
Like, if I ever grow it out, it means, like, I'll just look ridiculous for 6 months,
I mean, no, you can slowly fade it in, right?
I don't know whether you can. I don't know.
You can phase it in, and we'll see. We'll get some.
All right. I might need to.
Maybe you can ask Twitter for some suggestions.
Indeed. If anyone has any suggestions of what to do with my hair, that'd be cool. Sejuani, the final ban here, as Damwon just got rid of one top laner that could potentially go into the Camille, and otherwise they just don't mind. They are given the Lee Sin for free, which is quite odd, considering the fact that Damwon did ban the Rek'Sai. But it was the Sejuani.
Imagine if this is Beryl playing Camille.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm just looking at it, and they have, on paper, support and jungle left over, which aren't really a couple of picks you want to save counter pick for, right? So if they really wanted to throw a wrench in there and just play around with Sode One Prince, I mean, obviously it's not standard at all.
I actually like saving support counter pick, though, especially when you've got a flex pick that could be in support right now. Like, they don't want to be picking purely for a Caitlyn Karma lane and then have that one sort of swiped away. Solo and Prince thinking what they want to do. Flawless, one of the players that had a win on the Graves. Now we'll see whether Kuma can do it for Solo and Prince. We'll see whether he takes the Smidignit too, because we want that. 4-21.
Yeah. 4-17 is the current win rate, so he's dropped to 19%. Bit unfortunate there, as it will be the support Morgana.
Or the top lane Morgana. Or the mid lane Morgana, top lane Silas, support Karma.
Whoa.
We actually don't know where anything's going at this
Never-ending flex. It's just like Flexius.
Yeah, it is very flexy.
Hey, take a look at this. Rumble support, I would imagine.
That'd be fun. But I mean, if Pantheon's up, you may as well pick it, right? That will probably force the Morgana towards the bottom lane, but the thing that makes it really rough, right, is yes, you mitigate the CC, but you mitigate none of the damage. As, yeah, the setup with Pantheon Jhin, by the way, real silly, and you only need level 2 before you can really go aggressive. Level 3 if you want to be extra safe.
It's pretty oppressive, right? We'll have to see if the Solo and Prince bottom lane can keep them at range and say, well, we don't want to deal with your shenanigans. Let us just sit back. And also Mia could try to get Black Shield level 2 as well and try to deny that onto whoever is getting jumped on. Will be a very small window, and there can be some mind games played in that little interaction. But we'll have to wait and see how that bottom lane does go.
Yeah, we'll see how many 4s we can count to towards the bottom side as well. This is the first Jhin game that I've cast in a very long time, actually. As Ixu's going to be on that top lane, Karma. Nikki, of course, is going to be on the Silas to try and counteract the Destiny that the Twisted Fate will have. And the coveted Caitlyn once again hits the rift in the hands of Trigger, with Mia on the Morgana. Interestingly, I think that Mia played Pike Morgana a few times, but he was always the Pike in that combo. Trying to think back. Might be mistaken. Who knows? Having a look over the side of Damwon, though. Canyon's going to be the Lee Sin man today. And Showmaker and Noguri on the split push extraordinaires in TF and Camille. Pretty standard composition here for the LCK, especially considering supports have had enough time to practice the good old Pantheon that Beryl made popular. And here we are, onto the Rift. Let's see whether Solo and Prince can have a better time, or whether it's going to be Damwon once again, sending Showmaker home early.
Well, that's the idea. And we've seen that... Ooh, will we have a face check?
Ooh. Jonas
Beryl.
He's in the dark.
Beryl.
Beryl.
No, that's the sound that the Beryl Pokemon makes when he attacks.
Ah, really?
Beryl.
The sound Squirtle makes basically the same?
Yeah. Well, it's Squirtle. Beryl.
Do you remember the Squirtle Squad from
Yeah.
season 1 of Pokemon? God,
Yeah.
that was such a cool episode. Loved that episode. I remember just before I went to school, you know, got to watch Squirtle putting on sunglasses before I got my Pokemon cards and went to school.
Yeah.
I mean, I got my books so I could study when I was at school. That's what I meant. Not my Pokemon cards, so I could trade illegally. How long did it take?
Illegally?
Yeah, how long did it take for Pokemon cards to get banned?
The police
at
didn't
yours?
catch you?
No, they didn't. They didn't. I was, you know, I was a little bit outside the law growing up.
You said
I
it
have
was
since
legal, though.
straightened out. I have since straightened out, but
Wow.
yeah. Look, what can I say? I'm just pretty extreme.
I can tell.
How long did it take Pokemon cards to be banned at your school?
I was homeschooled.
Oh. So how long did it take for your mom to ban the Pokemon cards then?
Never banned, actually. They were
Whoa!
always...
Always encouraged?
We didn't really trade amongst ourselves, me and my brothers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You didn't? You just didn't think each other were very cool?
Not really. We battled, right? But it was more so like whoever gets those cards, it's theirs, right? We didn't really...
Yeah, and it's not like you could get a good trade and then not talk to the person again. It's like they had to be there the whole time, so they'd be complaining if you managed to like juke them out of a card.
Uh-huh.
So it always had to be fair anyway, I guess. Which makes it less fun. And also stops it from being banned. Because we just had a lot of the older kids taking really good cards from the younger kids, and it just wasn't great.
That's not...
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
Describes my childhood. Growing up with two older brothers is
oh yeah, that's
an interesting life. Put it one way.
All right, Mickey finds a bit of a chain. Not worth it at all, but he hit the skill shot, so that's cool. Showmaker just getting the shove on this wave, as you'd expect. Probably going to have an even better time this game than he did against the Azir, as Mickey's not going to have very much lane priority whatsoever. Let's see what Canyon's going to be able to do with it. At the moment, just taking his red buff, going for a pretty full clear, but he's spotted on a ward. And Solo One Prince not going to need to worry about the Lee Sin, at least here on the bottom side, for too much longer. As Ghost playing the TFT skin. It's pretty cool. Gets the Dark Star buff for this one, I believe.
What?
Haven't been playing very much TFT recently, I assume.
No, I mean I know what it is, but like, he's the only one.
Yeah. No, but like maybe he'll get it.
Oh, okay.
You know?
So he's looking. Okay.
How many? I don't think anybody else had the opportunity of getting a Dark Star buff, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Feels bad. Noguri on the Camille. Just trying to navigate this lane as best as possible. Can be frustrating against the Karma. But it's Noguri. And he generally just doesn't worry about that. Just take what farm he can get.
Yeah. Camille is going to be just fine. Just sit back. Karma is quite annoying, of course. I'm almost surprised that we don't see it more because of how strong it is in the top lane.
Ooh, there's that CC combo we were talking about, but Beryl taking a lot of damage, having to put up that shield pretty early on. And actually a huge trade win for Solo One Prince. Another trap will go down.
Ooh, nice snipe there.
Yep.
They're going to push on the cannon wave. Watch Mia and Trigger freeze it. Nicely done.
Yeah.
That's a really good play. I mean, Jhin doesn't have TP, and they were like, yeah, we got to push this in. We got to, we're going to try to go for a little bit of a cheater, right? But they weren't able to fully push it into the turret, which allows the bottom lane of Solo One Prince to freeze it and deny some XP there. So the bottom lane of Solo One Prince should be hitting level 6 first. Nice little play you don't often see.
Yeah, Cheetah Recall actually coming in from Trigger. Also, while that wave is just chilling outside of the turret. So very nicely done as Noguri going to find himself a sweep. But it'll be snared. Might be able to look for a hook shot here, but level 5, no Hextech ultimatums available. So we can see only about 2/3 through level 5.
Yeah, and with the top Karma, you just go for insane sustain with the corrupting pot and all the biscuits, and every trade that the enemy takes is just immediately shut down. It's so hard for really any champion to handle. The top lane Karma.
Oh no, I'm going to find the stun there as Noguri, who will sweep Ixu up. Not going to get snared.
Yeah.
See when that hookshot comes back off cooldown one more time as Canyon's here looking for the potential counter gank. He's a level behind Kuma. There's the quick draw to get him in. All right, Destiny comes in. Oh dear. Noguri gets the stun. Really nicely played, but Mickey will find himself the destiny of his own. But now Noguri, he's flashing away. Showmaker still at full health. And none of Damwon died, even though they're limping away with about 100 hit points.
Will they actually try to dive this Camille? I don't think so. They're just going to let her go. And man, somehow, just because Showmaker got there a split second earlier, they were able to win that fight just barely. They pick up the first blood for the Camille, which is very nice, very important for that top lane Camille to handle the Karma. And everybody else gets an assist. And the fact that nobody died is just insane. Of course, they had to expend 2 flashes for just the one that Mickey used, but definitely worth it in the end, picking up the first blood.
Absolutely. As somehow that spear didn't land onto Trigger. They're all going to move off to the side. Mia moving up very aggressively as we're just going to move into a replay instead. Don't want to look at any potential action on the bottom side. As double destinies, a lot of eyes over the top of everyone. But I don't. Oh man, the value of the Hextech ultimatum is just insane.
It was massive for getting Silas to be denied so much of his damage. As now here's Nuguri's
Dark Monitor. Right?
Yeah.
나 플래시 한 빼줄게.
I'm gonna flash. And back away. And that he did.
and then went back to lane, and he's now 1-0. As Trigger, he'll still take max damage there, but not going to get CC'd at all. Some damage to Ghost. This wave is getting shoved forward, but no turret plates to be taken just yet from this Caitlyn lane. And as you can see, the CS is absolutely even. In fact, perfectly even, considering the fact that they missed that last CS. Perfect. Thank you very much.
I think you would have got it if you just waited, but maybe not.
It's all about equality.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Showmaker clears out the wave, goes into darkness, doesn't have the Destiny available just yet. So Mickey did have the hijack, but chose not to take away the ulti just yet. Beryl very close to level 6. But not quite there yet. No snare to land onto me, who lands the Dark Binding nicely.
Yeah.
A lot of damage mitigation. Beryl does like to hold onto that shield for a very long time.
He does. I think he's the best at using it for sure, as he's the best Pantheon player that we do have in the support role. And you can see what I was talking about with the Black Shield interaction there. You just immediately pop it on to whoever's going to get jumped on. As here we go again.
Yep, another Destiny comes in. This time, Mickey's not going to be able to follow because he wasn't able to hijack it in time. And there is a dead Karma. Kuma underneath his turret. Kuma and Karma. How confusing. I should probably just say Iksu. As Nogari, I don't think he's going to be able to get a plate here or anything like that. This is just incremental advantages, one after the other. I feel like Zephyr may have had some stern words with Damwon to say tidy up your play, as that's a great Dark Binding. On to Beryl. Ghost trying to go aggressive as Showmaker. Will have to fend off Mickey for the moment. But he will, underneath this turret just fine.
Yeah, and you remember the pick ban where Sato and Prince did not select the TF first. They took Caitlyn.
They did.
They didn't ban Camille. They didn't select it on the second rotation after Caitlyn. They allowed Damwon Gaming to get this combo. And they said, yes, we can handle it. But I guarantee you, with how far ahead this Camille's getting, they cannot handle it.
He is going to get ignited, exhaust immediately onto Ghost, and they back away. Now we've got Mickey dying. Goodbye, Mickey. Now Kuma not going to be able to do the Rift Herald, and it's all sort of a snowball. As Shelly's going to get pretty confused as Kuma very nicely secures it. That absolutely shouldn't have happened, and now Damwon going to have to defend this. Yeah. Blue card Boris.
Blue card Boris. What is that?
He just wants to be able to take it, but he can't. His trigger's going to get slowed, but not going to take too much damage or anything like that. The back coming in, we'll see what the Ghost can afford. BF Sword or something like that. Will certainly help out his laning phase. The Jin's actually been very happy this game. And there it is. Finally with some damage availability. Should be Storm Razor first item, something like that.
Yeah, and this combo is just, I mean, everybody knows this combo, right? You lock someone down, TF comes in and gets the free gank, and you're not getting away from this. Let's see how this one goes. Saw him rotating, says, hey, let's look for this.
Yeah. Well, they found it.
Okay.
Did you say okay?
스마 없어. 나 스마 5초.
I don't have smite. I don't have smite.
All right.
Smite. Yeah, he didn't have smite for another 2 seconds, so.
나 이거 그냥 지키자.
Let's take care of this. Let's watch over it, make sure it doesn't get taken away.
And they do. Nogari.
Oh boy.
Yes, starting to do some damage here. Yeah. As Hextech Ultimatum to avoid the snare. Doesn't really do so, but in comes Mickey now to try and help out Iksu. Chain Lash for a fair bit of damage. Even Kuma's here to get in amongst it. And Nogari doing some Nogari things there, going over aggressive. Almost has his teleport back off cooldown, but not going to be able to quite get there. Some turret plates now up for grabs top side. Bottom lane, you got me thinking about trying to find a bind. He's not going to, as the dancing grenade. Very slow motion. Have you ever felt in solo queue when a dancing grenade's about to land on top of you that it takes like 400 years and then you die?
It does, actually.
It's kind of scary.
Time slows down.
It really does.
We enter a parallel universe.
Yeah.
Well, Infernal Drake taken here for TF Camille Jin, Pantheon Lee Sin.
Okay.
Yeah, so every single person on this lineup can do damage, and every one of them is going to have that damage enhanced by that first Drake. A very nice
Not to mention, like,
start here.
Jin doesn't need any more multipliers, right? He gets multipliers from every stat ever. mainly attack speed that he doesn't utilize to turn into real attack speed. But still, multiplayers plus multipliers means lots of multiplication.
True.
And that's good for bigger numbers.
That's about as far as we know in terms of math. So.
Yeah, I'm not going further than that. Okay. I might
Good job, Atlas.
I might be able to
Well
try
done.
and find a graph on the internet.
Nah, I never learned how to read a graph, so.
I don't need you to read it. This is more for the collective, the intellect.
Oh, okay.
Watching our program. As Ghost by himself, as usual. But able to get a turret plate. And able to run pretty fast as well. Yeah, a lot of movement speed availability here for the Jhin. Only going to be accentuated by these Swifty boots that I absolutely love. Best boots in the game, 100%. Always has been, always will be.
Yeah, agreed.
They're just so swift. So we're going to check out the replay.
Steals it and goes.
Yeah, look at that.
Watch on the minimap as the TF desperately is trying to get in there, but it's just too little too late, and he actually TPs back to the mid lane. As Mickey's like, we got him, we got him, we got him. And it was a good play, actually, by Mickey to kind of zone and then get there first. And we also had the Graves coming up the river, too. So Sodeon Prince getting the jump on that gank onto Nuguri. No surprise that Nuguri would go down, as he always does. He's just powering up. That's how he does it.
Yep. Smoke screen, just to frustrate Showmaker there. Mind games more than anything else. Nuguri's very close to Trinity Force. I think should be able to buy it now. Does just get it, as I say so. And yeah, I mean, Ixu's building some armor. Camille cares very little about armor, to be honest. She does true damage. Why she's such a good split pusher. Into tanks especially, but I mean, pseudo-tank casters like Iceborne Gauntlet Karma certainly fits under the same banner.
Yeah, and she is going to get out of control. Trinity Force already completed with those 2 early kills that Nuguri was able to pick up. Still only 90 gold ahead of the Karma, so not half bad there for the side of Ixu. The real difference is, of course, Twisted Fate in the mid lane, 1,100 gold ahead. We are playing here on 10-15, so he does have the nerf to his pick a card, but Showmaker just saying, I don't care about that. He's still strong.
Seems to be able to pick enough cards, and honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with the ultimate that Damwon seems to be able to utilize so effectively, especially with the setup that they have available. I mean, when there's Pantheon and Camille in either side lane, like, it's the easiest rotations possible, especially if they do have vision control. So Mickey's stolen away a Dragon Rage kick, and that means that when Showmaker presses R, there's going to be no Silas. In goes Nuguri, gets himself the flash, and now we're just going for the solo. No, we're not. Of course, Showmaker's going to turn up. And that's a real dead combo.
Yeah. And that's a combo that's kind of fail-safe, right? Unless Sodeon Prince are able to immediately respond, which is part of the reason why we see Silas picked into the TF so that he can respond once it happens. But, you know, the mid laners are leaving mid lane all the time. They push, and then they kind of roam around. They're playing around vision. It's difficult to get there right at the split session, the second that the enemy does.
Oh, no, I thought Ghost was going to turn around and actually get that cannon. I should have been watching the fight, but I was watching the cannon that whole time, that it just went begging.
Worth.
Oh, so sad. Kuma's going to come in. So Showmaker, and Kuma's real dead. And Sodeon Prince, they're still going to teleport in, of course.
Read like a book, by the way.
Yeah, right. Showmaker actually just immediately started booking it down this lane, so Canyon taking Shirley at the same time.
As Nuguri pushing a solo lane.
It's like they're in Sodeon Prince's comms.
Imagine.
Yeah, right. Oh god, no. Investigation time. It's now Trigger. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many Black Shields, right? The Morgana going to go down first. Trigger's Black Shield is going to wear off.
Stop bully!
And, yep, there's a lot of bullets, but the curtain is not coming down now. As Trigger still going to die, right? But it's a long
Canyon!
Time. Okay, coming from the side, okay. In he comes, there's the mini stun into the wall. Canyon grabs it with the resonating strike and then safeguards his way out. We are flexing once again. Valdez, 5,000 gold the lead. It's going to be the Ocean Drake taken here. And unfortunately, there's one kill for Sodeon Prince so far. And that's why it's not going to be a perfect game.
Yeah, no perfect game, but you see, like, the TF doesn't even have to go too far out of lane. I mean, he pushes, goes up. Actually, he didn't even push. So as the lane was coming in, Silas can't just assume he's always going to be on the roam. And here, the fantastic read from Showmaker as he's able to get there on time. I think I know where my Pog vote is going, and it's not going to be for Nuggery this time, actually.
I don't think so. As we'll have a look at the zoom out. Fair bit of damage there from the man drop as well, and I just love this. You know, you wait for the black shield to be put on someone and kill the other person. The curtain call would have been nice if he had hit, you know, more than one of them. But it's okay. There was a flash gold card. Trigger was definitely dead. As this looked cool from Canyon. It's pretty unnecessary, but I liked the resonating strike safeguard. As we've got another fight, now Mickey looking for Beryl. Ghost dances a grenade over Solo One Prince, and Shirley is just going to bounce towards the bottom side and slam her skull into this inner turret. This is going to be more and more money going over to Damwon. And I mean, they're going to have to answer Nuggery. He will take an inhibitor. It's 18.5 minutes. I mean, this is late game for Damwon. As Kuma.
It is, actually.
Spot Nuggery. Doesn't have vision as Nuggery hookshots his way out. Still wants that control ward, though, so he'll take it.
Charging a brush.
There's the kick. Oh, safeguard. No flash. Required. Very dead. Iksu. And Mia is going to need a few more black cleavers. Black shields. As Beryl just puts up his shield and mitigates all of the damage. That ability's pretty good. As Q's going to land on Kuma. There's the kickback, though, from Mickey, who shows him that he can do it as well. Canyon survives for so long, but gets super soaked in the end. And now the curtain has been called. A few of them going to land, but the last are just going to be used on the minion wave because Ghost, he's playing PvE today. It's just how he's been doing it.
Yeah. Farming up. And nothing can stop Nuggery now. He doesn't even have two completed items, but the Karma's just so far behind that it just doesn't matter. And there's always the threat of 2-0 and 8 Twisted Fate coming in and ruining your day. Wow, that really dropped off at about 12, or not 12, like 14 minutes.
Yeah, it sort of looks like a graph of like sea level off the edge of an island.
Yeah.
On like a barrier reef. There it is. Safeguard kick. Didn't need the flash or anything like that. Oh my god, everything got mitigated. That stupid shield, man. So strong.
It's unbelievably good. Canyon is like trolling in the background.
I mean, he got Lee Sin.
Yeah.
As Lee Sin.
He doesn't need to do that. You know, he's got Yomu's Ghostblade. He's going lethality here. Looking to assassinate some people, but he already used kick, so it's like, why?
He's like, our team's already got an Umbral Glaive, I'm not going to build it, when it's actually a great second item. And we've been asking for it many times, but not happening. Not going to build the utility. He just wants to run fast and kill people.
The goal difference, 1.2, 1.7, 7. Yeah.
Yeah, this ballooned a little.
That is a Damwon game if I ever saw it.
Uh-huh. We are now in 1-3-1 territory. We mentioned that this is what the composition does best. That's what Damwon are going to use the comp for. Good gameplay. Is that a haiku by accident? Oh, that was very strange.
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. Damwon will just take down this inner turret. They just took the top one. That's a good Dark Binding. As the shield, I don't think it's that OP, Beryl. And he is going to be taken out. But at the cost of 5 of the turrets. Weren't quite able to get that, you know, but Ghost is running real fast. It seems so safe on this gen. As Nuggery running behind Mickey, not going to get the stun drive-by. I love that.
Yeah, see ya.
He's like, I wasn't meaning to hit you anyway.
Yeah,
see you, man.
I was just getting to the wave. Like,
yeah, what,
I
were you
didn't
scared?
See you there.
Were you scared? Mickey was scared, by the way, I think. I would be, 100%. As Trigger's going to get slowed. Oh my god.
Nice black shield. Doesn't matter.
The style, though, coming through from Canyon, waiting on the resonating strike. As Iksu's going to get slowed down. And yes, he's well and truly the captive audience here of Damwon. Ghost is going to throw a third bullet into him. He's got a fourth ready as Mia's in trouble. That did a lot of damage. Now Beryl turns up. The curtain has been called. Unnecessary because there's no one left alive. And Damwon are going to move towards a 2-minute-old Baron and take it down.
Yep, the baby Baron comes in here. And yeah, this is Damwon up against Solo One Prince. This is kind of what we expected. No early game did go the way of Solo One Prince this time around, so it is even more one-sided. As drakes upon kills upon gold are all stacking up here. Beryl.
I'm glad this is the replay that we prioritize as well.
Yeah, great. And it ends up being like a 3v5 in this play, which is pretty interesting.
This was so slick from Canyon. Waits till when he expects the flash. I mean, Trigger would have had to wait, right? But at that point, he was between a rock and a hard place. He could flash and get resonating struck, and or he could just die to an auto attack. Stricken, sorry, yes. I apologize.
Ghost is so funny in this game. Like, he's
yeah, I know.
doing 0.
It's like, where did Mickey go?
Yeah.
He destinied into his own base.
Poor guy, his team is too good. He doesn't even get to interact with the enemy team.
I mean, that is the life of a Dom 180 carry.
That's true.
And I'm really glad that Ghost has embraced it. It is his way. Showmaker doesn't have to embrace it. 100% kill contribution. This guy is the team. At this point, setting up absolutely everything. He's like the chess master.
I'm just going to throw my check mark down now while I have time.
Let's get our 1,000 votes each for Showmaker and BDD and make this one interesting.
Yeah.
As Ixu facing off against Nogari. I mean, he's even topping the damage somehow. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
Just doing everything.
And yeah, it was more about his utility that he deserved the vote, right?
Yeah. And he's all over the place. And okay, here we go.
Yeah, in goes Mickey. And there he goes out of there again.
What a play.
Whoa! He came in from, I mean, Custajum was getting very excited.
Yeah.
We weren't quite losing our minds to that level. But, I mean, sometimes Mickey steals a cool ultimate.
You
gotta yell about it.
The Karma.
Yeah.
Karma doesn't have any damage, so it's just sad times.
Oh, Ghost maybe caught out of position, gets exhausted. In goes Canyon, kickback, not going to get the knock up onto Trigger. As now Beryl's going to use his really cool shield to try and keep himself alive. It's not going to work, collateral damage comes in, and now the curtain will find. Is it going to find a kill? No, Nogari comes in, he's going to steal that one away. As now Showmaker does about 1 trillion damage with 1 blue card. And Ghost, he held onto the shot for so damn long. Or was that a deadly flourish? I'm not entirely sure. It might have been underneath the ground or something like that. Yes, no, it was definitely a deadly flourish. I apologize. And now Dom1, they're thinking about trying to end the game at 25 minutes. They might be able to do it. Nogari's teleported in. He has so much damage with his Trinity Force when it comes to killing structures. And Mia is going to get stunned for approximately forever. As Kuma down to half health with a couple of autos out from Ghost. Ixu now in trouble as well. I mean, he's got a pretty big shield, but it's not going to shield him from the end of the game as Ghost is literally running circles around him. And Dom1, I mean, we're going to get a zoom in on a dead Karma. Not very nice. And it's certainly not Karma. I don't think they deserve this one as Canyon. He's going to die. Nogari's for some reason in the fountain. Mickey's going to flash. He's going to go golden. He gets the last laugh, but Dom1 still gets the 2-0.
Dom1 do, and Showmaker gets his wish on top of it all. Will pick up the easy, quick wins today up against One Prince as Dom1 continued to look untouchable. As, you know, again, up against a weaker team, they're just going to slap them down and win the game extremely fast. They win games against good teams and bad teams better than every other team.
Yeah.
Get it?
Not really. Are you saying like their kryptonite is like
they're the best
middle
at
of the
winning,
pack?
Basically.
Yeah.
Against, regardless of which team it is, against a good team, they'll find a way to win, even if it's slower, through many different ways. And then against a worse team, they'll also just win it so fast so that they're winning.
So you're saying
really
that
well.
they're really good at winning games of League of Legends?
Yes.
Right.
I probably could have said that a little bit better.
At the World Championship, this is what Valdez is saying. Just make sure that when you face Dom1, don't face them in a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, might want to throw on Valorant or something.
Yeah.
Might be a good choice. Ghost is like, I did nothing. Why is the camera on me? No, Ghost did his job.
I mean, Ghost did great. Ghost does great most games.
Yeah, he's a great
by not
carry
really
now,
doing anything.
Yeah.
That's like actually what he needs to do, because you put too many chefs into a kitchen. I talk about this all the time, like a broken record. But actually, if you've got too many people trying to be a superstar, then your team falls apart. We've seen so many super teams do this. KT fell for it in 2017. We had T1 fall for it as well, although they did look a bit better, but the team looked better with Marta out and Effort in, who is more of a subdued style of player. Marta definitely wanting to, get things done by himself. It's all about getting the right personality mix, and it seems that Ghost to certainly fit in here at Damwon.
That he does. The best role player in the league.
Absolutely.
And it's part of the reason. I feel like they have one of the best, if not the best, in every role. And on top of that, they've got Zephyr, who is kind of smurfing right now as a coach in the drafting phase.
Definitely most improved person in the LCK.
Zephyr, yeah.
100%.
I love the crab rape, too. Just what am I going to do?
Yeah, wait for the black shield, and Mia's dead.
And this comp is so obnoxious, right? I mean,
yeah.
You have so many globals that come in. You've got the teleport. You have Jin with the curtain call. You're just hunting people down, essentially. You're like sniping them down, chasing them all around the map, and especially once they get ahead, which Damwon often do. This is a fun composition to pilot.
Yeah, this was Damwon just having fun in this game. Certainly cleaner than their last one. This bit, not so clean. As Kuma flashed a little bit late. But this was smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even gets a really nice reposition onto Kuma with the flash. And Ghost did have to flash because of it. But that's okay. Gets the kill onto Ixu. And Mickey, look at this. Steals the Destiny and runs the heck away. It's like,
see
bye!
Ya.
Back in base.
Into the base, yeah. Beryl with the whoopsie play. Gives his life over.
Limit testing.
볼게.
Limit testing. Let's have a listen to how Damwon win games.
잡자. 미녀.
할게.
선대.
높아.
막타. 어떨 건데? 야, 마지막 다이브 한번 가자 하거나.
오케이. 나 이거
사일부터.
발로 찾을게.
He was actually bullying.
Yeah.
Actually bullying.
오케이. 잘 가고.
He's like, see ya. Good job. See you later.
It's like
That's kind of what he's saying.
It's like the older kids at school with their more knowledge about Pokemon cards.
Yeah. Glad I got to
bullying.
avoid that at that age of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker is just oozing with confidence nowadays, which is part of the reason why he's able to come out, play pretty much anything, and destroy whoever he's playing against. And the numbers don't lie. The guy has insane KDA. He has insane damage numbers all the time. He is so consistent. And definitely the best mid laner in the LCK right now.
100%.
Not just saying that because of this game either.
Yeah.
For you guys who may be thinking that, it's because of the story he has built up here in Summer. He is the best for now.
He's just really, really good. So Showmaker continuing to perform, but I mean, it's up against Solo One Prince, so what did we really learn? Not to the maximum, but we do know that they're still a well-oiled machine. They're drafting well despite who they're up against. It's not like they're having a full fun game where they're picking dumb stuff. This was a good draft.
4-4, baby.
Yep, there we go. Showmaker, 1,000 points now, evens it out with BDD. And 100% kill contribution at the very end, was ahead by 3,000 gold. Didn't die. I mean, 20 KDA, undefined, because of course he didn't die. Like, I don't know, man. There's it's probably the easiest player of the game vote that you could ever do.
Yeah. The cameraman voted for Nuguri, though, if you noticed that. Production said, get that camera on Nuguri. We want to see him as he was the best. We did not agree.
We absolutely didn't, but justice has struck! And we voted in Showmaker. We'll have to see exactly how the votes were divvied out, because of course we don't have an analyst desk segment, because this was a 2-0.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this is something that Showmaker has highlighted or shown off many times in his play as well. It's very easy to do on TF, by the way, which is his map presence. He is everywhere, okay? But it's not just TF. He does it on so many other champions too, which makes it insane. So if you give him TF, he's going to be the most annoying TF that you're going to have to deal with, and I would recommend probably don't give him Twisted Fate in the future.
Yeah, and I mean, new patch came in, he got nerfed, a few extra seconds on pick a card, didn't do anything, guys, so keep banning it against Damwon. I think it empowers Noguri at the same time. His Camille's amazing, always has been, and now Noguri can do like weird inting moves, but of course he's got a Twisted Fate. Gambit just comes in and saves him, every time he decides to go for a 1v1, he shouldn't necessarily go for. And instead of looking like a silly boy, he looks like a genius. So
yeah,
it augments them in so many different ways. Not to mention it works very well with Pantheon, which Beryl is fantastic at. So there are a bajillion reasons. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Nuguri and Showmaker, today's POG on the side of Carbon Gaming. And Showmaker picked up actually 7 votes out of 12 in game number 2. How do you feel, guys? Today, if we win all the remaining series, I heard that we will be able to head straight to the finals. So I'm happy that this race started off really smoothly. Showmaker, with 1,000 POG points, you are now on the first place. How do you feel? It feels nice to get the most POG points here, and also I'm happy that I performed well.
당연하지만 계속해서 그걸 향해서 노리는 그런 구도가 되는 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 1경기 정말 좋은
In game number 1, you guys were doing a fantastic job. However, there was a little bit of a mistake in the very early phase of the game. What kind of feedback did you guys have after that game? What went wrong in game number 1? Well, the Korean Prince, their top side, were able to pick up some kills. During the game, we had a lot of mistakes coming out on the top side of the map. Well, we had priority on the top side of the map based on their picks, but we were not able to execute it smoothly. And the opponent's jungler and opponent's mid laner were able to pick up a lot of kills. I think it was our fault to let them pick up a lot of kills. So I mean, we've been performing better normally, and also so the feedback was about just like, let's focus on our own performance and get rid of our mistakes. Nuguri, even after letting your opponents take away a first blood onto you, you managed to come back. What's your thought on those kind of storyline? Me getting first blooded? Yeah, I mean, Nuguri, you sometimes get killed for a couple of times, but you always manage to come back and go ahead of your opponents. So I guess Nuguri has some issue with his earpiece right now, so Showmaker is helping him out. Well, I mean, we are now on the first place and we are having a good result. We are having a fantastic teammates. So we have a lot of tools to come back, even when I'm a little bit behind. And when Carbon Gaming was getting kills on the bottom side of the map, you were soloing down the Herald by yourself as well. Can you repeat the question once again? I missed it. So there were a lot of accidents happening on the bottom side as well. So Nuguri was taking a Herald by himself. So did you kind of have this pressure to solo carry the game? Well, we thought that we were better than the opponents, so we weren't feeling too much pressure, to be honest. We didn't really feel like we were going to lose this game, so we weren't feeling any pressure. I guess you guys had this confidence that you guys are a stronger team. Yeah, I mean, you have to play with confidence. I think that's a great point. Nuguri, can you hear us now? Yes. After the first match of the game, Doran mentioned that I think I performed quite well, and the next match Nuguri will be playing, and I hope he saw my performance and share any compliments about me. Did you watch that series? I was playing solo queue to kind of warm up at that moment, so I didn't really watch that series. But before I go to bed, I'm gonna watch his pro view and do a very thorough VOD review. Any message over to Doran? I did watch the highlights of that series, and he was like a Pikachu as a cannon in that game, so Before I go to bed, I will try my best to learn his super plays in that game.
훈훈합니다.
이제 너구리 선수
And Nuguri.
특이하신데 이제 제이스도 난임이 좀
So you always go with the very unconventional rune choices on the top lane champions. But this time around, you went for Conqueror for both champions.
제이스 같은
For Jace?
경우는 이제 좀 조합다 거의 상대
Well,
조합하고 많이 되는데
I take runes based on the opponent's comp. I go with Face Rush when I feel a lot of pressure about the potential ganks. But today, on Camille, we had Twisted Fate, and I thought there will be a lot of damage needed for 2v1, 2v2 fights. I guess you take a look at the whole comp of the opponents, right? Not only the opposing laner. Yeah, I try to find the best rune into the opponent's comp. And Showmaker. Now, coming into the Dispatch, a lot of teams are actually opening Twisted Fate after the nerf. When I first read the patch notes, the Unsealed Spellbook got nerfed, Twisted Fate got nerfed, so I thought that it's not gonna be viable anymore, but today I kind of realized that it's actually still viable, so if you're confident in that pick, I think you can still play it. Twisted Fate is not about like harassing or abusing the lane state. It's more like focusing on the macro and going to the side lanes. So some people actually say it's gonna be better for the opponents to let Showmaker play Twisted Fate to kind of neutralize his lane priority. But I can also say this, that I can also help my top and bottom laners with the Twisted Fate macro. In game number 2, you guys are having a huge lead on the top side of the map, so let's take a look at this highlight. Did the players calculate that they're gonna survive? I had Ignite, so Graves, after he used his dash forward, we knew that we were able to get an easy kill, but after I used my ultimate, I kind of realized that my teammates were so low on HP, so it was a little bit worrisome, but it went all okay. What about Nuguri? Yeah, I mean, after Graves used his dash, but I haven't based yet at that point of the game, so we didn't really have enough damage, so that's why we were getting so low. Outside of LCK itself, we want to talk about Yone. And Showmaker, you were the guest of the Right Korea show about introducing the new champions. And you played with Pawn. So you are playing Yone, Pawn was playing Yasuo. So what's your thought on this champion in competitive matches? I did play Yone yesterday on solo queue. I think this champion has a really high potential. I think it's really similar to Yasuo. It's viable, but some teams will still not really like it, but some teams might prefer it. What about you, Showmaker? Well, Yone, I think my teammates' opinion also matters, because Yone is somewhat like Yasuo, you know? Your team Yasuo and the enemy team Yasuo thing. So I have to listen to my teammates. As a teammate, Nuguri, what's your thoughts? It can be your Yone as well. If Showmaker says he's gonna pick Yone, I think teammates will be okay. But if I say so, I think my players, my teammates will be so against it. Damwon Gaming, even other players in other regions are rating you guys as a really strong team. What do you think about this kind of comments? Is that a pressure? Is that or just a good praise? Well, we didn't have a really good start in the spring split, but now we are stepping up. So it feels really nice to get all the appreciation. And now that we reclaimed the first place, I just cannot be happier. the first place competition is real. And if you guys secure this spot, you will head straight to the finals and Burrow set. It's gonna be like 70% for Dama Gaming to keep this spot. I think we had like 3 mountains on the way and we have overcome 2 of it and we have 1 left. I hope we don't get nervous in that series and I hope we can pass through that final gate. And I believe we are almost there, so I'll say 70% the possibility of heading straight to the finals. Everyone said 70, but I'm not sure. I think we just have to perform really well, so I want to say 50%. In order to secure this spot, you guys have to keep the winning streak rolling. And your next opponent will be Team Dynamics, and Rich has been performing really well recently. How are we going to prepare for that series? Watching Team Dynamics, I'm serious, they are really fierce for every fight, and it seems like they don't really think much and they just really go aggressively for every fight, especially in the last series. So we have to be ready for their playstyle. And Noguri, you have faced all the top laners here in the LCK. Who was the most tricky one to face up against? Every player has different strengths, but I died a lot to Doran. So whenever I face Doran, I kind of die a lot. So I gotta pick Doran. And also Rascal is a really good team player, so he's also really tricky to play up against. I guess Doran must be so satisfied with this interview today. And lastly, Shoemaker. Any last message for Dama Gaming fans? We will make sure to win all the upcoming series and get the first seed of the playoffs and head straight to the finals. So please keep supporting us. And that was the POD interview from Noguri Showmaker from Dama Gaming, taking down Korean Prince 2-0 tonight. Now it's time to check out the updated standings here in the LCK. You know, we have a very intense competition for the first place, so let's check it out.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, for the translation of that quite long interview. But it was good to hear from both solo laners of Damwon as they retake first place. Basically, if they ever have a score of matches that is even with anybody else, they will be in the lead because they have a good bajillion game score points. Now on track to tie the scoreline of +29 with the good SKT of 2015, who have the record of highest game score ever.
Summer.
Unable to actually eclipse it anymore as they dropped a game to Gen G. But tomorrow we got Dynamics versus T1 and then Gen G versus KT. Gen G versus KT, a matchup that has evolved so many times throughout the ages. We'll see whether it is going to be an upset, whether KT can try and get the edge over Gen G, or whether Gen G are going to be able to confirm their spot in third place ever further. T1 could still manage to get there, but their fate is sealed as far as their matchup against Gen G. And it's going to take things outside of that that are going to get them ahead. So T1 just needs to win all of their games. We'll see whether they can win against Team Dynamics. As ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of Week 7 at the LCK. For Summer, good night.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see you've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. Love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Nothing you like the ones inside. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. You give me everything I need. like I'd see. Always believed in the faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.